who say it was actually disrespectful to President Biden.
Look, I actually hate, acknowledging things like that. I don't think that anybody was making any attempt to cut President Biden out. I think what we saw in the room last night here in Chicago during this convention is nothing but love and respect for President Biden, his family, the legacy of President Biden, and the work he is continuing to do. People continue to forget Joe Biden is going to be the president for the next 6 months. So we have a lot of stuff that we have to get done. So again, I just think that is ridiculous.
Being out, will he be a prominent feature on the campaign trail? How much should we expect to see him campaigning?
Absolutely. I think you heard directly from President Biden last night when he told the nation nobody is going to work harder than himself to get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz elected President and Vice President of the United States.
All right, let's talk about tonight. Before we get to the speeches here tonight, let's talk about Vice President Harris. She's going to be in Milwaukee. She will be speaking at the site of the RNC convention. Do you have any concern that, to some extent, this is counter-programming what's happening at the actual convention?
No. Again, I think all the logistics have been sorted out. But I think that, the work has to continue. Vice President Harris is in Wisconsin. She's talking to voters, and we're going to be here talking to voters about the vision and the future she has for this country. And so I'm incredibly excited.
So we will hear from Vice President Harris. Do you have any concerns about the choreography? How will it all work?
No, again, I think that the team here, our campaign, because that is a campaign event. It's just happening in the middle of the convention. But we are coordinated, and I think it's all going to go out without a hitch.
A lot of people have been talking about the tone that we heard on night one. We saw a very unified convention. We saw a lot of fired up folks here. We also heard some calls to lock him up, referring to former President Trump. I want to play a little bit of what we heard last night. Get your reaction on the other side.
She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists.
Is the party effectively breaking away from Michelle Obama's "when they go low, we go high"? It seems like the gloves have come off.
Well, no, I don't think so, because at the end of the day, the party is falling in line behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And Kamala Harris is saying that the reason that we should not elect Donald Trump is because he is out of touch. He has an extreme, unstable agenda called Project 2025 that is going to hurt people. And so I think that is why Donald Trump shouldn't be. But it is factual. Donald Trump he is a convicted felon. That is just what it is. But at the end of the day, we are running this campaign about the future, not the past.
Are you comfortable, though, with the chance of lock him up? That's what they were chanting about Hillary Clinton in 2016 when Democrats said that crosses a line.
Look, I think that people here know that what lies in front of us is making sure that we communicate to voters that Donald Trump has a plan that is going to hurt them. That is what you're going to continue to hear from our plan and the different visions for this country, because that's fundamentally the choice that voters are going to have to make.
But just to follow up a little bit, I mean, do you want folks here to refrain from chanting "lock him up"? Is that in line with the spirit of this convention?
Look, I think that at the end of the day, folks are going to say what they want to say. But I think from our campaign standpoint, I'd much prefer people be talking about the fact that Donald Trump has a Project 2025 agenda, one that is going to rip away and continue to double down on women's reproductive freedoms being ripped away, extreme tariffs that are going to hurt people that live in rural communities, book bans, monitoring pregnancies, going after contraception and IVF. I think that is the most dangerous part about a second Donald Trump presidency, and we have to make sure as many people know that as possible.
Donald Trump, as you know, was watching closely. His campaign put out a press release pointing out that the speakers last night used his name 147 times. Is there a risk in being too focused on Trump and not focused enough on what Vice President Kamala Harris will do if she's in the White House and Governor Tim Walz?
Not at all. But look, I think that tonight is about the future and the vision that the Vice President has. And you're going to continue to hear speakers talk about what that vision is and a culmination leading up to Thursday when the Vice President herself talks about that. But make no mistake about it, we also have a responsibility to make sure that voters know just how dangerous and divisive Donald Trump is.
What are we going to hear from former President Obama tonight? Bill Clinton was the explainer in chief to Barack Obama in 2012. Is Barack Obama going to be the explainer-in-chief for Vice President Harris?
Look, I think he's probably one of the best orators of our time. Whatever we hear from him, I'm sure is going to be spectacular. I have not read the speech or heard it yet myself, but I'm very interested. But what I think is going to be in there is why he believes Kamala Harris is the best person to be president. And I think that that should really matter coming from somebody who has actually sat in the chair of being president of the United States.
We have heard some of the vice president's policies. She rolled out some of her economic policies, but I think there's still a lot of questions about how she would govern. How do you think a Harris administration would differ from the Biden administration?
Look, I think that Vice President Harris has been a partner to President Biden for the past 3.5 years for the work they've gotten done. 16 million jobs, capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. And that work is going to continue as long as Joe Biden is the president and she's the vice president. But I think Vice President Harris is a different candidate. She has her own vision and her own things for the future. We've seen her lay out her economic agenda for this country, $25,000 for first-time homeowners, expanding the child tax credit. And so she's going to continue to make sure she's listening to voters and bring common sense solutions to problems that voters have been complaining about.
It sounds like by and large you are saying she's going to build on the Biden agenda. Will there be any notable differences? Is there one policy where you can point to where Kamala Harris would govern differently than President Biden?
Look, I think it's seen as across the board. At the end of the day, for some of the things when it comes to it, the vice president is listening to voters. This isn't a comparison or contrast. She's been a partner to President Biden as they have delivered a record amount of legislation that has changed people's lives. And if so, continuing to help people is building on top of that, you will see that. But make no mistake about it, Kamala Harris is going to have a Kamala Harris agenda that is driven by her worldviews and her values.
Do you think it's going to be important for her to fill in some of those blanks, those question marks this week and in the coming weeks before Election Day?
Look, I think that she's going to continue to do that. I think she's going to talk about that in her speech and what she wants to do. I think she's going to continue to be out in the battleground states, communicating with voters who are ultimately going to decide who the next president of the United States is, and that's where her focus is. And so she's going to do that, but she's going to do it on her time.
And just last question, Quentin, we know that when she was running in the primary back in 2020, she expressed support for things like banning fracking, defunding the police. The campaign has been very firm. She no longer supports those positions. But does she need to come out and clearly explain to voters where she stands on those issues right now?
Look, I think she needs to come out and address the concerns that she's hearing from voters and what some of those concerns.
Yes.
Well, I think voters are concerned about cost. I think voters are concerned about why they're being price gouged just so that big corporations can make a profit. And that is what she's addressing when she's out talking and delivering these remarks and speeches. I think voters are concerned about their reproductive freedom and their health care. And she is out talking to them about how she's going to stand up to Trump and make sure that she brings Roe v. Wade back. So that is where her focus is.
But one more try. You have walked back some of her policy positions in 2020. Will it be critical before Election Day for her to explain to voters, here's where I stand now on these issues, so that voters can be crystal clear about how she would govern?
Look, if voters are asking those things of the vice president, I think she will answer those questions. But I think that the things that the vice president and Governor Walz are hearing from voters across the country, they are addressing those concerns. And I think that we saw that in North Carolina with her economic speech. And I think we're going to continue to see that and hear that as her policy positions develop and voters are asking those questions.
All right, Quentin Fulks, thank you. I know it's a busy night for you, so
No worries.
thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having
Great to see you, as always. Coming up next, as Harris hopes to make history in November, Steve Kornacki's at the big board to break down whether women voters are the key to Democrats winning the White House. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Chicago. Do stay with us.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been drowned.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You some resilient folks, let me get in.
Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. tonight so close to breaking through once and for all. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Welcome back. That was Hillary Clinton delivering one of the most powerful moments of the night, one of the night one of the Democratic National Convention, calling on Harris to finish the job she started, saying, quote, "The future is here." For more on the impact of women voters in this race, I want to bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who's at the big board. So, Steve, break this down for us. What type of impact will the gender gap have in 2024? How do you see it? And Steve, while you're talking, we are having some trouble hearing you right now. So we're going to try to fix your mic and we will get back to you hopefully momentarily. But obviously the gender gap is something that we have been focused on. Depending on what poll you are looking at, it is in the double digits. The big question that we'll get Steve to answer in just a moment is the gender gap as big as 2016? Remember, at that point in time, everyone said it would be an historic gender gap. Well, former President Trump wound up winning anyway. Obviously, major issues, though, impacting women voters all across the country, including reproductive rights, the first presidential election in the wake of Roe v. Wade being overturned. We are going to fix Steve Kornacki's mic. We'll bring him back after the break. But coming up next, United Against Trump. We'll dig deeper into Democrats' ramped-up rhetoric against the former president, a decidedly different tactic than what then First Lady Michelle Obama touted at the 2016 convention in Philadelphia.
When someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
Like a prayer going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life. The ones that came later in my life, yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it, Leah. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that. Yes, we going out. We keep it moving like that. Yes, y'all, we going out. We gonna keep moving it just like that.
Nice place, by the way. And incredible people outside. You saw the crowds. It was just incredible. And we really feel good about the state and the area. We're doing very well here. Just got a poll that was very good. Got a lot of good polls the last couple of days. Thank you to the Livingston County Sheriff's Department for welcoming us in such a beautiful way. This was a beautiful welcome. And these are great people. And we have, in terms of law enforcement, just about every law enforcement group in the country has endorsed us, as you probably have heard. And there's a reason for that, because I believe in law enforcement. The other group doesn't. It's always an honor to be with our brave men and women in blue and in brown, frankly, and in various colors, because it's not always blue. But these are great people, and just don't do better. They're brave, and they're under assault, and they have a lot of difficulty with the laws of our land, and we're going to get rid of that difficulty because they shouldn't have difficulty. Our police, men and women, have the backs of law-abiding citizens every single day. They take care of what they have to do in some very adverse conditions. And when we go back to the White House, you're going to see support, the likes of which you haven't seen certainly in 4 years. We worked very closely with the police all over the country, as you know, gave them billions of dollars of excess military equipment that was in warehouses all over the country that the Obama administration refused to give. And it was just drawing dust, magnificent equipment, but it was just getting old, sitting in warehouses. And I hope you guys got some of it, right? Did you? Because I gave it, and it was billions and billions, and it was nothing going to happen with it except the government was paying lots of rents all over the country for big warehouses. And it was an honor to have done it, and it helped a lot of the departments very, very much. I want to thank Livingston County Sheriff Mike Murphy. Mike, thank you. Thank you. Where is he? Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. What a great job. So respected. All of them. This group is highly respected. Mason County Sheriff Kim Cole. Kim, thank you. Van Buren County Sheriff Daniel Abbott. Thank you, Daniel. President of the Police Officers Association of Michigan, James Tiganelli. James? Picking the wrong side. Where he is? Where are you? Come on over here, James. Let's go. Get over here. Come on. Is he allowed to stand with you guys? I don't know. Stand up there, James. How are you? Thank you, James. Representatives John James and John Molinar. These are great warrior people. Wherever you are, where's John James? There they are. Oh, look at you guys. You don't get the best location because you want your constituents to be treated so well, right? Huh? Thank you both very much. We appreciate it. Done a great job. Your next U.S. Senator, he's really working hard, and I just saw a poll that doing very well. Mike Rogers. Mike? Thank you, Mike. Congressional candidate Paul Young, who is polling beautifully, I think. Paul, good luck. Good luck, Paul. You're going to do it. And Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Matt, thanks. Oh, thanks, Matt. Great. You look the role, Matt. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Matt. Hey, you're right. That'll be next. Right? Thank you very much. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Eric. Thank you, Eric. Great. Nice seeing you again. Doing a good job. We're here today to talk about how we are going to stop the Kamala crime wave that is going on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And she is, as you know, the most radical left person ever even thought of for a high office, certainly for the office of president. People don't know the real Kamala, but I do, and people that do what I do, they also know. But she is so far left that nobody's can even imagine, and her real thoughts are there. You know, she's changed. They call her a flip-flopper at the highest level that they've ever seen in politics because she's come out with policy and for years defund the police. You don't mind defunding, do you, fellas? Do you? Would you vote for a defunder? Would you vote? By the way, your people that you protect don't want defunders either. But she's been there until just recently. But she's always been for defunding the police. And the person that she's running with, Tim Walz, is equally far left. This is the most far left group. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And the press is giving them a free pass. And you're not going to have, if it was up to them, you wouldn't even have the men behind me, people behind me, representatives behind me. You wouldn't have them. They wouldn't have a job. They think it's going to just police itself. Everything's going to take care of itself. Her father is, as you know, a Marxist professor, and he obviously did a good job. But this is where she's coming from. And, you see her now with a smile, and she's gotten rid of the laugh over the last couple of days. I don't know. I haven't seen her laugh. They've told her, don't laugh, please. But I'll bet inside she was laughing last night when she saw the way Joe Biden left, because that was a coup. That was a coup. And I'm no fan of his at all. And it started with the debate. And from that point on, it just got worse and worse. But that was a coup. It was a vicious, violent overthrow of a president of the United States. Since Comrade Kamala Harris took office, her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are all government numbers. 43% increase in violent crime. I'll bet the people behind me don't have anything like that. It just gets better. It doesn't get worse. Including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in robbery. The crime in America, the fact is out of control. I watched last night in amazement as they tried to pretend that everything was great, the crime was great, the border was great, there wasn't a problem at all, no inflation, no nothing. There has been a report that the job numbers over the last period of time were fraudulent, and I understand that because I know how the job numbers go, and you want to be a bad person in high office, you can be a bad person, but the numbers are going to be revised, that the job numbers were far less, at nobody's ever seen 600,000 to 1 million people less, jobs less. And let's see if that turns out to be true, but that's what the rumor is. It was reported by a very respected outfit group, and we'll see what happens. But that's a terrible insult to our economy, because we were seeing numbers that were okay, not great, but now we're seeing numbers that, when they're adjusted, are a disaster. But crime in America is out of control. I'm going to make it, along with the economy, inflation, strong borders, and energy dominance, my top priority. I'm including crime in America. Normally that's done locally, and we're going to give the local people a lot of help, like I did initially, but not that much. We had a lot of great numbers coming out when I was president. Now we're seeing numbers that are just absolutely horrific. The Democrats are holding their convention in Chicago in order to showcase it. And yet, as you know, on 4th of July weekend, 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 were killed. This is 4th of July weekend, and 40 were shot last weekend. I don't know how many were killed, but assume a lot. And that's a war zone. That's worse than Afghanistan that we read about all the time. Speaking of Afghanistan, the worst and most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. We left 13 dead soldiers, 47 obliterated, just obliterated, the arms, the legs, the face. Left people behind, and we left $85 billion worth of equipment behind for the Taliban to use as it sees fit. And they're selling a lot of it because they don't need 700,000 guns and rifles. They don't need 72,000 armor-plated vehicles. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world right now. They're selling our equipment because they said, by the way, would have never happened with me. Abdul would never have done that. But they said, we didn't have anybody shot after my conversations with the leader of the Taliban. 0 shot in 18 months. We had nobody lost in 18 months. He knew that he was not going to do that. I knew that. But now you look at what's happened, and it's back. We would have kept Bagram. That's the big air base, not because of Afghanistan, but because it's located 1 hour away, from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So it's 1 hour away, and we had it, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We built it for billions and billions of dollars many years ago. Got the biggest runways, the biggest everything, and we just walked away from it, gave it to them, and now China's occupying it. And I thought that the scene a few days ago of the 3rd anniversary, they call it the defeat of America, was one of the ugliest scenes that I've seen on television in a long time. I've seen some pretty bad ones, so have you. We're witnessing some pretty bad ones. They had a parade where the parade was all of our equipment, a lot of our equipment, brand new, beautiful, armor-plated trucks coming down a road and people cheering. Not that many people cheering, actually, but there were people cheering. But they were making us look very bad because we have a fool. A fool is a president. They lied last night about things that nobody's ever seen. They lied about soldiers at a gravesite. They lied about Charlottesville. They lied about inflation. The inflation's been absolutely horrible, absolutely horrible. And everyone knows that we had virtually no inflation. They had 9%, but that was it went up more than anything else. They gave themselves a pass. But mothers will no longer be losing their children because of weak liberal policies and politicians that have given up on securing a crime-free America. We want a crime-free America. We're gonna stop.
So you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness, in seclusion?
It's people like this that can.
Yeah, I know. You've been out there and tried to mix with the animals, and it just left you full of humiliated confusion. But the feeling of loneliness never leaves you. It haunts you everywhere you go.
They can do it. They have to be given back their. They have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to be guaranteeing immunities and and I'm not looking necessarily just here. We have police in various areas that are pretty rough areas. If they do their job, if they're diligent in doing their job, they go after the police officer rather than the criminal. They lose their house, they lose their pension, they lose their family, they lose everything. They lose everything. And we're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Shut the fuck up.
Over the past 4 years, the Marxist left has waged a vicious war on law enforcement in our country. They've taken away the dignity and the spirit and the life of some of these police officers, and that's why you see it. The crime is so out of control in our country. I mean, you have cities, I will say this.
That's when I smack the shit out you. I smack the shit out. That's when.
And they have very similar policies. It's just insane. But you can't walk across the street to get a loaf of bread. You get shot, you get mugged, you get raped, you get whatever it may be. And you've seen it, and I've seen it. Time for a change. We have to bring back our cities. We have these cities that are great cities where people are afraid to live in them now. They're fleeing the cities of our country, what we would consider, what we did consider. You know, interestingly, like New York, when I left for Washington, New York we had a very bad mayor, de Blasio, but he wasn't there that long, and he couldn't ruin what took place. But we had a city that was so wonderful and so thriving. And just in a few short years, that changed. New York State is doing terribly. I heard the governor last night speaking so viciously and violently about me, but she doesn't speak about what they've done to destroy the state. The law enforcement has been decimated. The judges, what's gone on with the judges in New York? There's no justice. We're not getting justice in New York. And yet she speaks so bravely about things that she shouldn't be speaking about. But you look at radical liberal Kamala Harris. She's been the ringleader for this anti-crime and the anti-police.
That's when I smack the shit out you. I smack the shit out. That's when.
Crusade. They just have it out for the police. Nobody knows why. I don't understand why. From the common sense, I like to say the Republican Party is now.
So you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness and seclusion? Yeah, I know. You've been out there and tried to mix with the animals, and it just left you full of humiliated confusion. But the feeling of loneliness never leaves you.
We want to be safe. But let's review Kamala's pro-crime record. She repeatedly endorsed defunding the police, which I said, and it's at a level that, and it never goes away. You know, when you're a defunder or when you are even a politician, your first thought usually is the thought that you go with. If she ever had a chance, she would do whatever she could to defund the police, because that's where her spirit is, that's where her heart is. And we can't have a president like that. She sponsored a bill to strip police officers of legal protection, leaving you at the mercy of the lawless Marxist prosecutors who want to lock up police officers for sport. They lock them up, in many cases, long before they lock up the criminal. And they go after them, too, violently. They don't go after the criminals. Murderers are released 2 hours after the murder. She wants to bankrupt the police unions. He wants to destroy policemen in general. And they ruin your lives, your jobs, and they ruin everything you've lived for, everything you've felt that our country great. When I'm president of the United States, again, we will never even think about or mention the words defund the police. We'll never think about that again. It's got to be put away. It's a bad situation. It's a bad concept. The concept is so chilling and so horrible to think that. What we should be thinking about is the opposite of defunding, refunding, you call. We'll refund.
You could
but we
shut the fuck up.
They have a very dangerous job. And lately I see if somebody, I was with a great family a few months ago, opens the door to a car and gets shot. And they have all sorts of protection for the people in the car. You can't have your gun even close to being drawn. You don't know what's happening. A lot of the windows are dark, so you don't know who's in there. But the door opens and just gets shot. Great police officer. In many, many cases, it's a dangerous business, and we have to give them protection, and we have to give them love and respect, and that's what we're going to do. We were doing it, and they're not doing it now. We'll give our law enforcement heroes the kind of protection and the resources that they so dearly deserve, and I will crack down on local Marxist DAs who refuse to enforce the law. They refuse to put murderers in jail. And you see it all over. As the district attorney of San Francisco, Kamala Harris, was one of the worst and one of the first Marxist prosecutors in America. She said that, and some people said she was the godmother of both sanctuary cities, because this was a while ago. This was when it all started. And that horrible shoplifting epidemic, she shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She fought like hell to have crack dealers not deported. She came up with the concept of $950 and below. You don't even get prosecuted. $950. So guys are walking into stores with calculators to figure out, did you know that? They have calculators. They're adding it up. They want to make sure they're under 950. But it didn't matter because they didn't prosecute the ones that went over it. She ignored the pleas of victims, families, members, and refused to seek the death penalty against, as an example, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member. These are the worst gangs in the world, who murdered an innocent man and his two sons for absolutely no reason. They said, why did you do it? He said, I felt like it. I felt like it. So when Kamala, until recently, was called a Marxist prosecutor.
So you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness and seclusion?
As the California Attorney General.
Yeah, I know. You've been out there and tried to mix with the animals, and it just left you full of humiliated confusion.
All of them were redefined by her as nonviolent. Kamala Harris supports abolishing cash bail nationwide. Cash bail has been a disaster. When you abolish the no cash, don't worry about cash. You murdered somebody, don't worry about it. That was really the beginning of problems for New York, big problems for New York, but elsewhere also. But it means releasing violent criminals immediately after arrest. No money involved. Don't worry about it. Go home, enjoy yourself. Many of them disappear. You never find them again. Many of them immediately start killing again. It's just a crazy situation. She supports ending jail sentences for parole violators. She considers a parole violation not to be serious. When the violent mobs of looters and anarchists tried to burn down Minneapolis in 2020, Kamala Harris raised money for bail to bail out the arsonists and the rioters and the killers. People were killed. Many people were killed. Compare that to J6. Nobody was killed.
You could shut the fuck up.
They burned down the city. They were burning down Minneapolis. And she went out, and not only did she work a little bit with them, she worked a lot with them. She worked to get them out and to make them, to set them free. One of the criminals Kamala helped bail out of jail was Sean Michael Tillman, one of the worst, a dangerous repeat offender, had a horrible record of violence. With Kamala's help, she was set free. He was set free. He soon went on to murder a man on a train platform for no reason whatsoever in St. Paul, shooting him 6 times in the head and in the torso. No reason whatsoever. What's the reason? No reason. Just felt like it. Kamala Harris will deliver crime, chaos, destruction, and death. If she's allowed to be the president of the United States, you'll see levels of crime that you've never seen before.
So you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness and seclusion? Yeah, I know. You've been out there and tried to mix.
We have to protect them. We have to give them hope because so many are leaving the forces. I can't speak for this group because I'd love to work for them. I would be joining them in 2 minutes. It looks like a nice job. They look, because they've handled themselves and crime and everything else in a stern way, and it's probably a lot easier to do. Maybe we should switch them, move them around to different territories of your state or of our nation, and let some other guys take. Would you like that, fellas? I have a feeling. You don't want that.
You could.
I don't want to embarrass.
Shut the fuck up.
Any particular names of locations, but I can think of a big one in the state. I'd love to have them working there during the election. I can tell you, but they have it. They have it all very much under control, and that's the way it should be. So we're going to make a record investment in hiring, retention, and training of police officers. We're losing tremendous numbers of police officers. These are men and women that want to be police officers, and they're just leaving. We're going to get you reinforcements, and we're not going to be doing the negative, like let's pay them much less, or let's defund entirely. Let's pay them. There's a movement on now. We won't defund, but we'll pay them much less money. No, it's. I've never realized how dangerous a job it was. I have some papers here where if you watch the event last night, this is, by the way, my all-time favorite chart, which is because if you watched last night, you wouldn't know the border was so bad. This was right here, this arrow on the bottom.
You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile.
Illegal aliens coming into our country. And that was the week I left office. That's the lowest ever. Now, this chart is very dear to my heart for another reason. This was the chart. I said, let me see. But it says And we had a couple of instances last night where things were mentioned, so I got it. Did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? They said it rose under Trump and they go, no, the opposite is true. Take a look at this here. It said, is it true? Did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? No, comma, the opposite is true. This was a study group that went out and doesn't care. They do the numbers. And the historical comparison of the collapse of law enforcement in U.S. cities, the drop in arrest rates over the last few years is without precedent. Lowest arrest rates we've ever seen. They don't arrest people anymore. And they shouldn't arrest people for saying the election was rigged, but they like that. They go
You
after
could
guys like me, but they
shut
don't
the
arrest
fuck
people
up.
that kill people. It's a shame what's happened in our country, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to win big, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast. Thank you. Thank you. We'll bust up and dismantle the gangs, savage criminal networks, and bloodthirsty cartels, and we will stop the fentanyl, and we'll make sure that Kamala Harris has and all of the people that she's allowed to come across the border. Don't forget, she was the border czar, whether she wants to hear it or not. She still is. Thank you. In fact, she could do it right now. You know, they like to
So
talk
you think you're going to live your life alone, in darkness and seclusion?
That bill, millions of people would have been allowed to come in. This was a weak bill, but you didn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. And that's how we got to those numbers, the lowest ever recorded. I said, close the border. I didn't have a bill. I didn't need a bill. She doesn't need a bill. Biden doesn't know where he is. So where is he? Whatever happened to him? He got out. He got out. He's now sunbathing. He's in a beach someplace. But all he would have to do as president or her is say, close up the border. And it's closed. But they don't want to close the border. Because when they first took over, I had built hundreds of miles of wall, and I had 200 miles of wall in addition to what I said I was going to do, because certain areas needed it. As we closed areas, other areas became very, very strong in terms of people wanting to come through. So I bought 200 additional miles. It would have taken them about 3 weeks to erect it. We were all set to erect it. Then we had a terrible election take place, terrible election, and everybody here knows that. And I realized that they don't want to do it. And they actually sold that. And that was designed to the highest specifications of, when you look at the steel, it's concrete, 5,000-pound concrete inside, and then rebar. And it also has a lot of technology, wires and things in it for high technology. It was designed to the highest specs of the Border Patrol. I wanted actually concrete plank. I would have done a beautiful job with precast, like you have in parking garages, long span. It's called long span precast, but they had to be able to see through. I understand that. They needed certain things that you can't do with concrete plank. So we did that, and very expensive to do because you needed all sorts. In other words, they wanted the steel, they wanted the concrete. It's all different methods of very hard to cut it, very hard to do it when you have different substances, and then very powerful rebar inside. And what happened is, as soon as they came in, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. They sold this stuff for somebody made a lot of money because that steel is very valuable, but they sold all of that, hundreds of miles of stuff. You saw it stacked up for a long period of time, where they stacked it up in an area because Texas wanted to use it and finish the job. We built hundreds of miles, but Texas wanted it. They would have paid for it. They didn't. They refused to sell it to Texas. They refused to sell it to Arizona. And they refused to sell it to anybody. They sold it to the junkyards, I guess, and 5 cents on the dollar. On day one, I will seal the border. I will stop the invasion. We had the border sealed. I had Mexico. I had thousands of soldiers from Mexico, free of charge. I said to the president, you must give us soldiers because they're coming through. The caravans are coming through your country. No, I cannot do that. I said, yes, you'll do that. If you don't do that, I'm going to put tariffs on your cars. And he said, I will do that, sir. And he did it. He did it very quickly. And it really That you guys heard all about it. Made a great difference. We had thousands of Mexican soldiers guarding our border. I said, look, they're coming through your country. You have to guard your southern border, which is their border on the other side. And all of a sudden they started, and we had Remain in Mexico. It's called a Remain in Mexico policy, which we never had. And they stayed in Tijuana, different places, hundreds of thousands of people. They didn't come into our country until they were checked. And then if they were good, we let them in. If they weren't, we wouldn't let them in. And we worked well with Mexico, actually. But now Mexico has really taken advantage of our country. They want billions of dollars just to talk. They wouldn't say that with me. They wanted
Accused Obama of being a socialist. Others believe that he's a Muslim. Some have gone as far as to label him the Antichrist.
He is the socialist Muslim Antichrist.
This is Uncle Ruckus. He's an Uncle Tom, perhaps the biggest Uncle Tom to have ever lived.
If this nigga gets elected, America...
Back home where they belong, we have a problem because when I came in, they wouldn't accept MS-13 gang members. I told the generals we're going to get the gang members out. ICE and Border Patrol, the job these people do, but ICE would go into the country, get the MS-13 gang members out, the meanest, the most vicious. They kill people with knives. They killed 2 young students walking to school, 2 beautiful young
you could
girls walking to
shut
school.
the fuck up.
They killed them up and chopped them up into pieces with knives, and dead. And ICE goes in and they go into those packs of rough people. And ICE is rougher than they are. These are incredible, brave patriots. A lot of people wouldn't want that job. You see fists and feet, you see everything flying, and then 2 minutes later they stand up and they grab them, they throw them into what they used to call a paddy wagon. They put them into planes, they take them out. The countries wouldn't take them back under President Obama. And I said, really, they're not going to take them back? Well, if they're not going to take them back, I'm going to stop paying them. I said, how much money do we pay these countries? El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and others. He said, how much money do we pay? $750 million. I said, good, inform them we're not paying them anymore. And the following morning, I got calls from all of these countries. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. We would love to take them back. We would love to have MS-13. We would love to have MS-13 back in our country. It would be a great honor to have them back. And, you know, before we get too far, and we're almost finished, but before we get too far, I want to tell you that all over the world pouring into our country right now, your job will never be obsolete, you know? It will never be obsolete, unfortunately. It'd be nice if we could have peace, but we're not going to have peace. And this is something we're going to have to live with for a long time. She has allowed millions of people, open border, to flow into our country totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And they come from jails and prisons, slightly different. They come from mental institutions all over the world. This isn't just in South America. People think it's South America. It's from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. A lot of people coming from the Congo in Africa, the Congo. Rough. And they're prisoners. They're prisoners. And we say, where do you come from? Africa. Where in Africa? Prison. What did you do? We don't want to say. They turn out to be murderers. These are rough people. And we're allowing them into our country from all over the world. From South America, yes, but from all over the world. They come from insane asylums. And many are terrorists. So we have prisoners, mental patients, mental institution patients, terrorists pouring into our country, totally unchecked, unvetted. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world. We know where they are approximately, but we don't know too much. But we know they're the worst terrorists in the world pouring into our country. And she's the president and wants to be the president of the United States. She's vice president. She could do it. She's in charge of the border. She could have closed up the border. She should have closed it up. They could have told Mexico, if you don't do it, we're not going to do something. We're not going to have trade. We're not going to deal with you. We're not going to let you sell your cars into the United States at these ridiculous, they took 32% of our car industry over many years. They took it out of Detroit. They took it out of different places, but they took it, and they took it big from this state from South Carolina, from a lot of different places. They took 32%, and I think now the number is bigger. You know, I don't know if you know that they're building some of the biggest car plants in the world right now in Mexico. Wouldn't have happened with me. Right now in Mexico, and China's the one building them, and they think they're going to make these cars and then release them into the United States without tax. It's not going to happen. We'll put 100% to a 200% tariff. We're not going to let it happen because all of our jobs from your state will be gone. And I watched this union head. He's an incompetent guy. He's approving for what he did, for what he's allowed. Every job, every auto worker here will be out of a job within 3 years if I'm not elected. Every auto worker in the state, they're all going to be made in China. They're going to an all-electric policy. Well, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, but we don't have for what you need for an electric car. But China does, and its territories do, and we're not going to let it happen. But they're building some of the biggest plants. And I have a friend who builds plants. He said some of the biggest in the world, I think he's doing them, are being built in Mexico. And they're going to sell cars, produce them and sell them in this country with no tax. It's not going to happen. And I told him, I said, you better hope I don't win. Always dangerous to say these things. Maybe that's why I get shot at and other people don't. Right, John James? That's probably why I get shot at. Other people, they'll protect other people because they can't believe they got so lucky. But I have to do what I have to do. I have to do the right thing. The border czar, Kamala Harris, has allowed hordes of illegal alien criminals to literally stampede into our country. We're going to end that on day one. We're going to close our border. We're going to get all of the bad ones out. And we're going to get them out fast. In Shelby Township, Michigan, earlier this year, a 32-year-old previously deported illegal alien monster was arrested for repeatedly sexually assaulting a young girl under the age of 13. Local law enforcement described the crimes as absolutely horrific and says he had many other victims, including death is involved. Death. Young girls. In St. Joseph County, Michigan, an illegal alien was recently charged with breaking into a home and sexually assaulting two very little girls, very badly assaulting. In Mississippi, just days ago, an illegal alien child predator was charged with raping a 10-year-old boy, and there are other cases where they were raping 10-year-old boys and girls, and in many cases they were dead, they were killed. Last week in Coney Island, 2 Kamala migrants were arrested for the rape of a 46-year-old woman who was loved by so many people, throwing her to the ground and raping her over and over again, and then working her over with a knife to her throat. One of them had previously been arrested for raping another woman, but he was shielded from deportation by the New York City sanctuary laws, which Kamala strongly supports. She wants it very much. The woman said, he didn't want to rape me. He wanted to kill me. She thought she was dead. She survived, but she thought she was dead. She said, he didn't want to rape me. He wanted to kill me. This is what we're allowing into our country. And then you hear, oh no, the people coming in, they're much less violent than the people. Hey, that's not right. They're much more violent. And that, they make a hat. Sheriff, they make a hat. And I don't want to brag, but it says Trump was right about everything. And if you look, whether it's the border, I've been right about everything, unfortunately. I wish I wasn't. So when I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, our cities and towns. And I think that women living in the suburbs, I keep hearing about the suburban woman doesn't like Trump. Well, I think it's a fake poll, because why would they like me? I keep the suburbs safe. I stopped low-income towers from rising right alongside of their house, and I'm keeping the illegal aliens away from the suburbs. I think that they like me a lot. I think it's a lot of fake polls. We've seen a lot of fake polls over the years. I was not supposed to win anything.
Shut the fuck up.
The big one. We won it and did a lot better the second time than I did the first. But women want to have safety. They want to have a strong military. They want to have a strong police force. They want to be in their house and they want to be safe. They don't want to be have people pouring into their doors and you can't do anything about it, right? So I think that's I think that's it. Number one thing. I hope they like my personality. I have a nice personality. It's very important, the personality. They want to be safe. They want people like this happy, and they want people like this taken care of properly, because those are the people that keep them safe. So we'll shut down all deadly sanctuary cities throughout the country, because all they do is they shield criminals. I mean, they basically shield criminals from prosecution. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We're going to put a lot of immigration enforcement. We're going to close down the border day one. And we are going to, just so you understand, I am not a radical at all. I'm just a common sense person that was successful in what I did because of the same thing. We are going to let people, and we want people to come into our country. A lot of people. We need them. We need them for jobs. We need them for everything. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. And we can let a lot of them come in, but John, we want them to come in to our country legally. We don't want to let people come in who murdered 19 people, and then you hire that person in a plant, and all of a sudden you notice that people are being killed all over town. We want them to come in legally. On day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country, bigger than Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight Eisenhower was he was sort of a moderate person, but he hated when people poured into our country, and he was very strong on deportation. We will remove all criminal aliens immediately. All of the criminals, we start with that. We're going to get them out of here fast. Nothing good is going to happen with thousands of terrorists being in our country. You know, we had 1 month where Border Patrol was actually does a chart, and I don't believe this. I love it in a certain way, but I don't.
That's when I smack the shit out you. I smack the shit out. That's when
zero terrorists came in. Now, I don't believe that, but it's an awfully good statistic. But it was very few that came in. We were very tough on that. We had everybody checked so carefully. And they added, actually, in 2019, they had zero. Now you have thousands of terrorists coming into our country. Thousands of terrorists. These are the people that blew up the World Trade Center. Bad things will happen. And if I'm elected, we're going to get them the hell out of here. We're going to get them out of here fast, very fast. And I told you that that other countries who really they put their people into groups. They send them up here, and by the thousands, the caravans. I think it was the name that I came up with. I don't know. Maybe somebody will say he's lying about that. Somebody else used the term 14 days earlier, but we came up because it just seemed like an appropriate term. It's a caravan of thousands of people. We have one caravan coming up right now. Thousands of people that go right into the. I called these. They wouldn't take the MS-13 people back or other criminals back. And the general said, we're just not able to do it, sir, because they won't take them back. They'd put planes on the runways so that you couldn't land the plane. They'd block up the bus lane so you couldn't bring the buses. And you couldn't get them back. And when I told them that they wouldn't get any more money, I said, let them know they're delinquent.
You could.
They broke in the deal.
Shut the fuck up.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. The next morning, all three countries called me like clockwork separately. Sir, is there a misunderstanding? I understand that perhaps you would like to talk to us. I said, yeah, you're sending people into, and they're sending them, by the way. They don't want them. They're sending them. All of the countries are sending them. And now they're coming in because of her, because she's so pathetic and weak at the border. The worst job, the worst border czar in history, I can tell you that. Whether she's a czar or just in charge of the border, it doesn't matter. But they're sending them in levels that we've never seen before. And they're destroying our country. But they all said, all three, it was almost like identical conversations.
You could. Shut the fuck up.
Make up for this misunderstanding. I said, yep. You take your MS-13 and you take your gang members and you take your criminals and your drug dealers. We're sending them back, and we're sending them back today. And we sent thousands and thousands of people back. This has stopped for years. Under Bush it stopped, and under Obama it's taken place for years. And I only found out about it. I said, that's good, get them out. I don't want to put them in our jails, because we put them in our jails. What are we going to do? Keep them for 50 years, 60 years, and the expense? The really bad ones, we did do that, however, because, we don't want them coming back. But all of them said, sir, we would be delighted to take MS-13 back. This would be a great honor. They're such lovely people. And we took them out by the thousands. We took MS-13 ICE, took MS-13 out of our country by the thousands and thousands, and they received them, and that's the way. It's just another little story, but it's a story that's very important, because I can't see a guy like Biden making that call. Can you? Do you think Biden thinks at night, gee, how are we going to get MS-13 out? He doesn't know.
You could.
He's alive.
Shut the fuck up.
He doesn't know he's alive. And this one is just a Marxist. I mean, she's a Marxist communist person, and we're not ready for a communist president, okay? We're not ready for it. We're going to destroy our country. Under my leadership, no community will be surrendered to violent criminals. No citizen will be abandoned to migrant crime. We have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's probably more vicious than the crime that we already have, which is pretty vicious. These people are vicious. And please don't let anyone convince you that our criminals and we have more crime. They are sending massive number of criminals. And you've heard me say this before. Venezuela crime is down 72%. 72%. Because they've taken their criminals out of Caracas. They've taken their criminals out of all of their cities, all of their areas, all of the country, and they're sending them to us. And I'm amazed that they're not doing it quicker, to be honest with you. It's happening fast. They're also emptying out the jails. And this is true all over the world. They're emptying out their prisons, and they're taking their criminals from off the streets. They're taking their drug dealers, and their crime rates are down at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And everyone says, oh, so-and-so's doing a great job running such and such a country. No, they're not. They're just very intelligent. I would do it if I were them. I would do it much faster. I can't believe they still have some left. But their jails are getting to be very empty. And what they're doing is they're literally dropping them in. They're bussing them in, and they're bringing them in. And they're saying, don't ever come back. If you come back, you get the death penalty. Or if you come back, you get killed. Don't ever come back. And you see the crime statistics are unbelievable. If you look at the jails they've never been so low in terms of world. I'm talking all over the world, because they're sending their criminals to the United States of America, and they're saying, don't ever come back. And their jails are being emptied, and their criminals are being taken off the streets, and their crime rates are plummeting. But that's what we want for our country. So we're sending those people back. And these are the people that can do it. So we're going to have a reformed Department of Justice. We'll once again be a friend and partner to
you
our
could.
Local
Shut
police,
the fuck up.
police officers. And we'll be working with victims of crime very closely, but will not be working with the criminals that commit the crime. The criminal has a lot more respect within our Department of Justice than the victims. We're going to be working with the victims. We're going to get the gangsters, the drug dealers, the dangerous offenders behind bars, and we're going to get them ideally out of our country, ideally, except in extreme cases. We have some extreme cases where they've murdered many people. And in that case, we want to make sure they're away. But the amount of crime that we have is unbelievable. And the lack of crime that these other places, it just makes so much sense, doesn't it? That's all common sense, too. They're taking their criminals and they're bringing them to the United States. And they look so great. And cities like Caracas, which was a very dangerous place to be, these are cities that have opened up. They have new life. But our country is suffering. And you know, they just got here over the last 2 years, mostly over the last couple of years during this administration, during our great border czar who wants to be our president. They'll be laughing. Watch, President Xi will be laughing. Putin will be laughing. They'll all be laughing. By the way, the war with Russia would have never started with Ukraine, would have never started if I was president. October 7th would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. This is a very dangerous time that we're in. It's dangerous in terms of crime and all, but it's very dangerous in terms of a possible World War III. We're very close to World War III, and people don't realize it. We're closer than we've ever been, I think, ever since World War II, but this would be the war of wars because of weaponry. This isn't, as I say, two army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. The level of power, the level of weaponry that there is in the world today is so bad, is so dangerous, is so bad. And you need the right person to be president. You know, we had no war when I was president, except that I totally defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Everyone said it would take 5 years. It took me like about 4 weeks because we have a great military. We have great generals, not the ones you see on television, not the ones that did the Afghanistan botchery, but we have great military people. I know them, and they're never going woke. You know, you keep hearing our military is going woke. The top people would like to see it, but it's never going to. These are not people. Just like these people will never be. Do you promise you'll never be woke? I don't see a lot of wokeness. There's not a lot of wokeness. I don't think so. But we're going to stand up for law-abiding citizens of America. We're going to be really, I think, an inspiration to the world. But we have to start by remedying a situation that was caused by somebody that right now is running for president of the United States. She would be a disaster as president. I love our country. I didn't need this. I didn't have to do this. I didn't need to get indicted by any time I fly over a state. They indict you. Got indicted more than the great Alphonse Capone, right? And nothing. My father's looking down. My mother's looking down. He was such a good boy. I don't know what happened. But I didn't need this. I had a beautiful life. But to me, I wouldn't change it for the world because we're going to take this country, we're going to make it safe again, and we're going to make America great again. And I want to thank everybody for being here, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
This is my song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Well, good evening, America! On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney Attorney General and Senator. She's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. While Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: "There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it." Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people.
Nice. This is my first Democratic National Convention, so yeah, totally stoked.
Vice President Harris, it could be the next president of the United States. This is your first convention. How does it feel for you to be here, sort of on the verge of a potentially historic transition in American politics?
It's historic, so I'm ecstatic. Yesterday's day one was off the chain. Like, that was unbelievable seeing her come out. I was dancing to Beyonce, and before I knew it,
there she was.
President Kamala was on the stage, and I was like, oh my gosh. So now every time Beyonce's on, I'm going to think she's going to be on stage.
All right, so we will be on Beyonce alert. Can I see the pin that you're handing out?
So this is our state flag.
So this is,
one.
here's the Alaska flag, guys. Pardon my manicure.
Got some really cute ones. This is our...
So you're trading pins?
Yes.
Which one is this here?
That's our moose and our Alaska Dems.
Oh, this is nice.
Yes.
With the pride flag?
Yes, sir.
And so you guys are giving out pins to, you're in the Illinois delegation.
Yes, I am.
Hey, can I say hello to her?
Yes.
Okay, it's really nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you guys too.
What's your name?
I'm Katia Morales.
And so is this your first convention?
Yes, it is.
How does it feel for you to be here?
Very exciting. I'm excited to be part of everything happening, such a historic convention.
What brings you here? Why'd you decide to come?
Well, I am a civics teacher, so this is something very important to me.
No kidding. God bless you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
What do you teach? What age kids?
I teach high school, juniors, and seniors.
What are you teaching them about this election and what's happening, what's taking place, and most importantly, what's at stake?
Well, I'm teaching them a lot about different topics and how I'm going to teach them how I ended up here, how elections are working, and how important it is to be an active citizen in their government.
That's really cool. You said Catherine, right?
Katia.
Kathy?
Katia.
Katia. Excuse me, Katia. Nice. I got double earplugs in. I can't even hear myself talking. Nice to meet you, Katia. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a great time. They think they are in the election. Here's the seating chart. So if you look at the seating chart, down in front is California, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Tennessee and Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Maryland, Nebraska. Of course, Nebraska is a very important swing, not just a swing state, but a swing district in that second congressional district. If it's a 269 electoral college tie, that second district, because they apportion their electoral votes by congressional district, could break the tie and ultimately put one candidate or the other over the top. Up here, it's the states that maybe they don't think are as important. Let's go take a look. Come with me. By the way, they're all important to me. Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Sanji.
You having a good time?
I'm having an incredible time.
You know, Massachusetts delegation?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Nice to see you guys. Thank you very much. Massachusetts in the bag for the Democrats, I think it's fair to say, or at least that's what the Democrats would say. That's why you guys might be a little further back. Fair enough?
Yeah, but not in the bag. More like we know who should be president.
Right. Yeah, look, we send more activists all around the country than any other state in the union.
Is that true?
Yeah, we export two great things in Massachusetts, cranberries and political activists. We're in every swing state all across the country.
I'm going to go get some cranberries. You didn't bring me any. Thank you very much. Oh, very nice. Look at that. Mass Dems for Kamala. Mass Dems for Kamala. Guys, nice to meet you. Oh, so sorry. Okay, let's take a walk. Chris Jackson's doing a great job here of following me up the stairs. How are you guys? We got the Ohio delegations up here. Ohio, obviously, is a mega swing state. Hi, how are you? Come on, let's talk. What's your name?
Cindy Dempsey.
Cindy, it's so nice to see you. I don't want to squish your fingers here. I was saying that the people up here are in states that maybe the campaigns don't think are as important. But let me tell you something. That is wrong about Ohio. I stand corrected, guys. Fact check live on NBC News Now.
Let me tell you why it's wrong. Because in last November, Ohio passed, much to the country's surprise, by 57% an abortion initiative. So abortion rights are now codified in our Constitution. So don't count us out. And we have Sherrod Brown, our fabulous senator, on the ballot, which we will send back to the Senate. But more importantly, J.D. Vance is not beloved at all. No one cares about him. He's barely in the state. So watch us.
Let me ask you, you mentioned reproductive rights. Is that the driving issue for you? Is that what brings you here? Is that what is sort of motivating you at this point in the election?
Not just me. It's all the millions of other women in Ohio. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican or independent, people believe that government don't belong in your doctor's office. It's a choice between the woman, her physician, and the people you love. And so that is a driving point. Also, the Biden-Harris administration has done so much for Ohio with the CHIPS and the Infrastructure Act. We have all these new plants, electric cars and chips, and
you ought to be the White House press secretary.
So I am telling you, don't write us off. I don't care what anybody says, and you can watch us, and you will be surprised by the margin.
I'll bet you nickel that my bosses are going to send me to Ohio after this conversation. Yeah, I got about 20 seconds to go.
So the Supreme Court, we have the opportunity to flip the Supreme Court from a Republican to a Democratic majority. Watch that happen, because we have a gerrymandering issue on the ballot, and that's going to drive people out.
That's a hot tip there from Ohio. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. I wanted to go to the back. Talk to you. I want to go up here and just real quick before we go, I'm so sorry, give a little love to the people in the way, way back. Here's Alabama. How you doing, Alabama? Everybody feeling all right?
We're New Hampshire.
Say again?
We're New Hampshire.
Oh, all right. Well, God bless New Hampshire. Live free or die. She's Alabama. Hold on. Just give you a little love. How's it feel to be up here doing Alabama?
It feels incredible. I love to represent my state when I can.
What's your name?
April.
April, it's really nice to meet you. Thanks very much. All right, so listen, that's what's going on up here in the United Center. Stick around. There's a lot more to come on NBC. There's a lot more to come on NBC News Now, but for now, I'm going to hand it over to my friend, my colleague, Chuck Todd. Chuck?
Thank you, Jacob. You know, I don't hate the Ohio as a sneaky battleground state if.
Right.
I wouldn't be shocked if they try to find another state to put in play. It's a long shot, but it isn't that long ago that Ohio was a swing state. So, you know, you'll be headed for a bus trip there
like
soon,
that,
I promise.
Working on behalf of the campaign, it might very well go back and play right away.
Look, at a minimum, it might get you to a few Bengals games to see Joe Burrow. Mr. Soboroff, good to see you, sir.
Thanks, Chuck.
Top of the hour, I'm Chuck Todd. I'm helping out while Hallie still finishes up her quick break. We are coming to you live from the United Center here in Chicago. It's night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. It is set to kick off in about 30 minutes. They wanted to up the time here a little bit so they didn't run over the way it happened last night. And if the phrase du jour last night was pass the torch, tonight it is turn the page. In some ways, this is the first night of the Kamala Harris convention. Last night was the goodbye to Joe Biden. You see the stage behind me? That's where you'll see later tonight some of the party's biggest stars of the last decade. Former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama. They'll be preceded by the man hoping to become the first gentleman. Frankly, it's the speech I'm most intrigued about. I don't know what it's going to be. It's Doug Emhoff. Very much looking forward to that. And for the Democrats, a bit of a split screen tonight because the two people that this entire event is being built around they're going to be holding a separate rally of their own right next door, about 90 minutes away in the swing state of Wisconsin up there in Milwaukee. Call it the not quite counter programming because the folks in here, they're going to end up seeing a little bit of Kamala Harris's event in Milwaukee, but it is because they're going to try to do it as complimentary programming. But from the Democrats' political opponents, no compliments, plenty of countering. Former President Trump and his running mate both have been in a battleground state blitz this week, and tonight they'll be in Wisconsin and Michigan. All of it, as back here in Chicago, we're watching another protest set to start later tonight, but the protests have really been much more organized and less influential than I think Democrats had feared here. There's a big team, as you know, with us covering every angle. My friend and pal, Kristen Welker, is standing right next to me here in the booth, actually sitting next to me. But we're going to start with my longtime friend, Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, we've been talking about this all night. You and I were talking earlier that in some ways, this is the first night of the rest of the Democratic Party's convention.
Absolutely. This is the chance to try to give an introduction to Kamala Harris. And if that sounds a little funny because she has been the sitting vice president, think of it in terms of those people who know her with that title, but don't know her whole story. And Barack Obama and Michelle Obama have been friends of Harris, and that's not a storyline that is all that well known publicly. And so they will come in some ways as character witnesses to talk about the leadership qualities and the experience that they will argue to voters is what this particular moment needs. And in the time since Joe Biden has left the race, Barack Obama has emerged as a private advisor to Kamala Harris in things like choosing her running mate in Tim Walz and bringing some of his political allies and staff members into the fold to try to support her. And tapping into the popularity of the Obamas, especially in the city of Chicago that they had called home for so long. This is a chance for people to reconnect to that part of the party and one of the biggest moments in terms of history making with the first African-American president and connecting that line to Kamala Harris, who could become the first woman president. So there will be nostalgia, but there will be a purpose for that to try to make the case for Harris as the candidate of now. Chuck?
And Kelly, I want to get to, like I said, I am very intrigued to hear Doug Emhoff speak. I've not heard him give a long speech. I think a lot of the country, they may know who he is, but they don't know much about him. I know you've got a clip you've obtained. We've got a little bit, I think we can play a little bit of it now, of what we should expect. I think this is from a video that begins with a narration of Doug Emhoff's son. Let's throw to the clip.
In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad.
The blended family. For many people, it may look like an episode of Modern Family, right, Kelly?
It's so intentional because that is a way to connect the sitting vice president to many families across America, a blended family where they are working together and the co-parenting that's been a part of our history. And Sunday night dinners, Kamala Harris loves to cook. How many presidents can we say that about if she were to be elected? And so this is a way to humanize her, give some personal details. There's some new photos. These films that are a part of the prime time are big secrets. And so we were fortunate to obtain a short clip to give us a taste of it. And Cole Emhoff, Doug Emhoff's son, who sounds just like his dad, I think, will be introducing him tonight. And then, of course, we will hear from Doug Emhoff, who can talk about Kamala Harris as his life partner and the person that he thinks can be the president. So that will be an emotional time and one where the campaign believes they are using that to make that introduction to someone already well known, but maybe not known in that way. Chuck?
I have to say, Kamala Harris as foodie, I mean, people love being foodies. I think that's very much something you can connect with that isn't political at all. It'll be interesting to watch Kelly O'Donnell with that. Kelly, thank you. Of course, the woman of the hour, the vice president, Kamala Harris, is actually not in Chicago at the DNC right now, but she's on her way to Milwaukee. Going to have a campaign rally with her running mate, Tim Walz. Still unclear if they're going to make it back in time for her to watch in person her husband's speech tonight, as well as the Obamas. Let's get to Yamiche Alcindor, who's in Milwaukee with the vice president, making that 90-minute drive up there. And Yamiche, first of all, what do we know about this rally, and how much are the folks here in Chicago going to see of it?
Well, from my understanding, that this rally is going to be really her going back on the campaign trail to underscore that she wants to direct directly with voters. She wants to underscore that her campaign, she says, is one that's people-powered and focused on making lives of the middle class better. But it also is, of course, focused on the critical battleground states. They believe that this is going to be a close race. So while they don't see this as counter-programming, is what the Harris campaign sources have been telling me, they are recognizing that this is happening during the DNC. There's possibly maybe some video that's going to be played during the DNC. But I also want to just underscore just how close this race is, because it tells you why they're stepping away to Chicago to go an hour and a half north. So if we put up some polling for folks, you show that battleground polling of likely voters. Harris is 50% of battleground voters are supporting her in Michigan. 46% are supporting Trump. You look at Pennsylvania, 50% for Harris, 46% for Trump. Same thing in Wisconsin, 50%, 46%. And they're all within the margin of error, but it tells you that this is a close race, and they believe that spending time in Milwaukee, even during the DNC, exactly when people are going to be on stage speaking, that's a worthy use of their time. I also asked them, like, why not have this at 4 p.m. or somewhere earlier so that you could still get back to the DNC? Right. I was told that the Harris campaign really wanted to let people go eat dinner, get off work, and then come and party with them. So there are also going to be some video of the DNC that people can watch here. So it's going to be both sides are going to be able to watch each other here. Chuck?
Yamiche, we should point out this is happening in the same arena that Donald Trump just got his nomination some 3 weeks ago. Obviously, pretty intentional. And there's no doubt Mr. Crowd Size might be curious to see what kind of crowd she gets.
I'm very interested to see what the crowd is. Right now, there aren't, the arena isn't filled right now, but I keep looking around because in Atlanta, there were like 14,000, 15,000 people, and her rallies have been packed. They've been joyful. They've been people, long lines all down blocks. I saw a lot of people waiting outside, so it'll be very interesting to see if they can fill this arena, because as you said, it was intentional to come to the exact same arena that Donald Trump and Republicans held the RNC. A little bit of a trolling going on. And this campaign has sort of taken that stance to say, you know, if Donald Trump wants to personally attack the vice president, she's going to go and take it to him. She's going to join Truth Social. She's going to go to the places where he was. So it's very interesting to see them take this step, especially in this space.
Chuck? It is, Yamiche. It is a move that you might expect from Donald Trump. But my substitute teacher duties are over here.
Nice.
I got Kristen Welker here and Hallie Jackson. And, you know, Hallie, you can take the man out of the anchor booth. You can't take the anchor out of the
Any day, man. Let me tell you. We love to see it.
The baton is back to you.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of torch passing. I was going to say, passing the baton.
It's fun to carry a torch and pass it around. And yeah, we all have the Olympic spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been cool to see you two on the floor, Chuck. I know you've had a chance to get down there to talk to folks, talk to delegates. What stood out to you?
It's more fun to talk to the delegates because they care so much about it. Right? Like I always say, the reason I do love politics is because it's how personal it is, how human it is. And sometimes we actually dehumanize it too much. You know, we sometimes are clinical about it and the way the two campaigns treat each other. But this is a celebration of democracy, just like the one in Milwaukee was and this one is. So that's where I sort of get my inner sort of Pollyannish geek on, if you will, my patriotic geek on. Because everybody here and everybody in the place, they love America.
Yeah.
They disagree in which direction we should go, but they love this place.
The other thing is they love politics, right? And that is something that they have in common with, I know, the two people that are sitting to the right-hand side of me here, including Kristen Welker. And we've been talking a little bit about some of the big moments tonight. And I know that you and Yamiche have had that conversation as well. What to expect from not just the Obamas, but from Doug Emhoff. Chuck, you mentioned earlier, that's the one you're sort of most intrigued by because he is such an unknown quantity to a lot of Americans.
Right. We've seen Obamas give speeches, no offense. And I think we know how they'll do. You know, I think about these important first conventions, right? Bill Clinton, in 1992, Bill Clinton, they were trying to connect Clinton to the story of the history of the Democratic Party, and they found this footage of a teenager, Bill Clinton, shaking hands with John Kennedy. And it was this moment, and the convention didn't know it was coming. And the convention just like, so I find these personal spousal moments about who they are, how they grew up. There's things we end up learning we have no idea about. And that's why I think the Emhoff speech tonight should be more important than the Obama speech because it's going to be setting up the tone for how Democrats personally connect to this potential first time.
And really humanizing, I think, in a lot of ways, too.
Well, in terms of the video clip that we just saw, I mean, it is being narrated by Doug Emhoff's son, and he tells the story of how the vice president became Mamala. And that has a lot of significance right now, not only because it's helping to fill out the biography of who Vice President Kamala Harris is, but because there has been some controversy on the Republican side with the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, making controversial comments about children, women who don't necessarily have children. That's something that, of course, the vice president, second gentleman, his former wife came out and released a statement about.
His ex, who's been here at the DNC, by the way.
Yes, and saying that she has been a part of the process of raising these kids, that term mamala means so much. And so I think that they are trying to fill in those gaps about who she is, about how she will lead, and really trying to paint her as someone who is a part of this blended family, which so many Americans all across this country.
And then, of course, there is the Obama speech, for the reasons that Chuck lays out, will be also interesting. What are you looking for from that? It was interesting talking to Tommy Vitor, who knows the Obamas well, about expectations for tonight and the way that the former president may make the case, not just for Kamala Harris, but against former President Trump.
That's right. I mean, he's going to argue that this is an all hands on deck moment for the Democrats. I've been talking to folks who are in touch with him, familiar with his speech tonight, and they say, yes, he's going to make the case for why Kamala Harris, why Tim Walz is the right ticket for right now. He is also, I am told, going to be quite forceful in his case against former President Trump. He is someone, as Jen Psaki said to you earlier today, who has done that for a long time in a range of different ways. He can be quite serious about the fact that he perceives Trump to be a threat to the democracy, and then he can also, there are moments when he pokes fun at Trump. So we'll listen to see what his tone is tonight. I think it'll be very interesting. But he's going to also talk about Kamala Harris in very personal terms. He's going to talk about the fact that they've known each other for 20 years, why he's impressed by her as the, Attorney General, why she's this barrier breaker. And Attorney General of California, I should say, and why she has been a barrier breaker. And so he can talk about her historic candidacy, I think, in a way that maybe she can't.
I'm going to ask
when he campaigned for her. When she was running for Attorney General, got a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, that's right. The reference to her look.
Her look.
Well, yeah. Chuck, Kristen, thank you both. We're going to be talking much more throughout the night. Speaking of former President Trump, I want to get to somebody who is covering him and his campaign, because he's been on this counter-programming blitz, if you will, both the former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance. Today, you've got Mr. Trump in Michigan to talk about crime and safety. You see it on the map here. Senator Vance is next door in Wisconsin, focusing on crime as well. Let me get to Garrett. And there's a couple of new pieces of information here, Garrett, including this new interview that former President Trump has done. He's talking a lot about a whole variety of things. Elon Musk, Robert Kennedy Jr., third-party runs, Kamala Harris, etc. How do you see the strategy taking shape for Team Trump right now during this week when Democrats are looking here behind me to capture a ton of momentum?
Yeah, look, they're trying to do two things at once, Hallie. They're trying to hold events that keep him focused on very specific issues. Today it was crime and public safety. Yesterday it was the economy. But they're also offering him up for interviews with outlets, trying to make sure that he gets some coverage at all at a time where so much of the media is heavily focused on what's going on with Kamala Harris in Chicago. And what you get from that is kind of a tale of two campaign messages. The official message that gets pushed out during the day, and then whatever comes out of these interviews where Trump is asked about a wide variety of topics in the evening. The Elon Musk one is a perfect example. This was an interview he conducted yesterday with Reuters after this economy-focused event, which the interviewer basically floated a question to him of, would you consider putting Elon Musk in your cabinet or in some role? And Trump, as he's often likes to do, just says, yeah, sure, he's a smart guy. If he'd do it, we'd find a spot for him. And from there, 1,000 ships were launched, none of them about the economy. And so I think this is part of the challenge for Trump in general, given kind of his lack of discipline on the campaign trail. But in this moment, with the convention going on, trying to break through specifically.
Garrett, let's look ahead to what else is in store for the former president this week. He's heading to North Carolina tomorrow, which is notable because North Carolina is sort of a fascinating state at the moment when you look at where the race is, but also notable because it will be his first outdoor campaign event since that assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania. Not a rally, we understand, but still notable.
Yeah, that's right. So this event will be like one of these smaller messaging events like we've seen earlier this week in Asheboro, North Carolina, focused on national security, the military. But it will be appearing outside and for the first time anywhere other than one of his clubs. Of course, he did that news conference at Bedminster Outdoors last week. We expect to get a look at what this plussed up U.S. Secret Service presence will be for him at that event, possibly including the bullet-resistant glass that we often see when he does when he did outdoor events as president, like the rally on the Ellipse on January 6th, or we sometimes see with President Biden when he's out for larger scale events. So it'll be a notable moment in the campaign here, and something tells me we're likely to hear Trump himself address it. I cannot imagine he'll simply ignore it, since he's so focused on the optics and the logistics around his events, just as someone who pays attention to that, I think, because of his TV background.
I have to say, we have right now, Garrett and you, one of our Donald Trump campaign reporters. Sitting next to me is one of our third-party campaign reporters. And tonight there's kind of a collision between the both of you, because former President Trump is talking about something on CNN specifically related to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd like to ask both of you to stand by for a second. We just cut the clip. We just turned it around. I want to play it here.
Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, we haven't, but I would love that endorsement because I've always liked him.
Would you also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
Explain, Alex Seitzwald, who's joining us now here on set, why this is even coming up as a possibility. RFK Jr.'s running mate basically floated this today and said, and I'm paraphrasing here, if the goods are good enough, right, if there's a deal that's good enough, RFK Jr. might consider dropping out and backing Mr. Trump.
Yeah, these are some truly remarkable comments from Nicole Shanahan on this podcast, where she basically acknowledged that they have no real path to victory at this point. She spoke in past tense about the campaign, said they do not want to help Kamala Harris get elected in any way, and they would work with Donald Trump, which is, of course, what Democrats have been accusing Kennedy of doing this entire time, and they've adamantly denied. But now that the campaign is kind of coming to the end of the road, they're looking at some kind of offer. And I spoke to some Kennedy supporters this afternoon about those comments, and one that really stood out to me was this guy, Kyle Kemper, who's been driving across the country in a bus that he made himself with Kennedy's face on the side, and he was furious at the idea of Kennedy working with Trump. He said it would be a deal with the devil. He shouldn't be trusted, and that it would betray the whole ethos of the campaign, which is about independence and breaking the two-party system.
Garrett, we heard former President Trump in that interview suggest that he would love RFK Jr.'s endorsement. Probably more newsy if he said he didn't want the endorsement. Of course he would, right?
I think, Hallie, but I've been playing this out in my head all day today, and I actually think I could make the argument that Kennedy's more useful in the race to Donald Trump as a third-party candidate, as a vote sink for people who don't like Kamala Harris and don't particularly like him, than he is as just another endorser. As Alex was just pointing out, I'm not convinced that Kennedy's endorsement brings all that many of Kennedy's voters to Trump. The idea that he can be out there for people who, you know, the double haters in the previous consideration of this race when Joe Biden was still in it, but I think it still exists, people who just burned out on the two-party system. You know, if that lowers Kamala Harris's vote totals in any number of places by some significant measure, isn't that more useful than another endorsement from someone who can be used against you just as well as he can be used for you?
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. Alex, on this whole issue, it came up because of somebody we haven't seen a ton of on the campaign trail, and that's Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr.'s running mate.
Yeah, she has been basically absent since she was announced on very few events. I mean, the whole campaign has gone kind of dark in a while. And I think this podcast interview was an explanation of why we have not seen a lot about her, because she said a lot of things that I don't think the campaign would have liked her to divulge. And basically saying the campaign is over. She said the Democrats made us a spoiler. Clearly very, very upset, very resentful of the Democratic Party, which she was a member of for years. Said her biggest regret in life was supporting Chuck Schumer and giving him money to help the Democratic Senate turn. So she is out for revenge. She talked about maybe running for governor of California and floated this deal with Trump, which has been kind of, you know, on the margins for a while. But it's clear that she's done with Democratic Party. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pretty much done with the Democratic Party. So they might be like a Tulsi Gabbard kind of figure and have gone full to the right in Trump's camp.
What do the numbers show? And is he even on enough ballots in enough states to make a difference here?
He is on enough ballots theoretically to make a difference. And that was her word when, can you win? She said, theoretically, we could win. But, the polls show that he's still pulling about 5 to 10%, depending on the polls. And some of those voters would definitely go to Donald Trump. I spoke to some of them today. I even spoke to a lifelong Democrat who said that she would consider voting for Donald Trump, which is something that she would never consider if Kennedy asked her to. But then I also talked to a lot of his other voters, like Garrett was saying, who said they will never vote for a major party candidate at all. And it's not clear to me that even if Kennedy asked them to, that they would do it.
Alex Seitz-Wald, good to have you on this, a topic that has made getting a lot of buzz today, given some of those new remarks. Appreciate it, friend. Good to see you. I should note, too, by the way, on the floor behind us here, the delegates have just been told to take their seats. I'm turning around to get a good look. I don't know if it's 100% compliance or even anywhere close to that, but we are getting ready for the programming to begin here on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. We are going to bring you that start live when we come back. Stay with us with our rolling special coverage right here on NBC News Now.
Tillidsfald. Ja, okay. Lad os se, hvordan den lander. Først er det Fridas tur. Grebet? Ja, selvfølgelig, for Frida er medlem af Frie, og Frie har hendes ryg, uanset hvad der sker i arbejdslivet. Nå, og så er det Martins tur. Ja, det kom vel ikke som nogen overraskelse. Meld dig ind hos Frie i dag, så lover vi at have din ryg. Kun hos Frie får du en gratis lønssikring med i dit medlemskab, så meld dig ind nu og få ro i maven.
Hver tredje person, der starter en hjemmeside, vælger Simple.com som udbyder. Nu skal jeg fortælle dig om hvorfor. Det kan være en jungle at finde frem til, hvem der er bedst og billigst, når du skal i gang med at lave en hjemmeside. Derfor har vi på Simple.com valgt at kunne tilbyde det, vi er bedst til, og hvad du egentlig skal bruge for at komme online. Domæne, en
God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it. Leah.
National Convention, night 2 about to begin any minute. The delegates have been asked to take their seats. That's because the program will begin shortly with a number of big names, a number of critical speeches coming up on night 2 here in Chicago. That's what's happening inside the United Center. But outside, you've got the Chicago Police Department. Look at this, bolstering that fencing, that barricading that's along the pre-approved protest route after demonstrators tore down part of it and spilled into the street there overnight, leading to multiple arrests. Tonight's protest, it's going to look a little bit different. It's planned to be in front of the Israeli consulate. The group behind it is called Behind Enemy Lines, operating under the slogan, Make It Great Like 68. That's a callback, of course, to the 1968 DNC protests against the Vietnam War, which turned into violent riots throughout the city of Chicago. NBC's Maggie Vespa is joining us now with more. Talk about the expectation for tonight, the demonstration, what we think we're going to see, the group behind it, et cetera.
Yeah, for sure, Hallie. Well, kind of to get an idea, you can see the group behind me. Again, Chicago PD already here lining the street in front of the Israeli consulate. You can see how far this line of bike cops goes. And then we have, obviously, the barricade up as well. Suffice to say, after what we saw last night, it sounds like things at least are that more tense heading into tonight, but especially when you look at the group behind this demonstration tonight. You talked about Behind Enemy Lines. This is a group that basically is far more confrontational when it comes to dealing with police and potentially trying to confront police and stir something up. They actually have a slogan tied to tonight's event, which, as you said, is called Make It Great Like 68. They said, quote, "We're calling on students and youth to be bold and audacious. Take the front lines and, yes, take police beatings and arrests." For what it's worth, Behind Enemy Lines was also part of the threat assessment that the FBI and local authorities put together ahead of the DNC, just kind of letting them know which groups headed to town and which groups gathering in Chicago might be sort of like the highest on their radar. So heading into tonight, we don't know if we're expecting as big of a crowd as we saw yesterday at the protests, which ended and kind of devolved to some protesters tearing down part of the Secret Service
perimeter. But again, this group just known to be that much more confrontational, that much more intense. They're expected to gather here in the next couple of hours, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there on the streets of Chicago. Keep us posted, Maggie. Thank you for being out there. Let's talk now about the state of play as things really kick into high gear with just 75 plus days until Election Day. Sooner than that, when early voting will begin. And right now, what we've seen over the course of the last week or so are polls showing Vice President Harris gaining ground or pulling even with former President Trump in some key battlegrounds, still inside the margin of error, but outperforming how President Biden had been doing against Mr. Trump. And look at this. You can see the gender gap in this particular election getting bigger. You've got Mr. Trump losing ground to VP Harris among women voters across key states by 10, sometimes 20%. Of course, the question is, how significant are these numbers going to be come Election Day? Do you know who's well equipped to talk about the significance of numbers? Steve Kornacki, of course, joining us now from the big board to break it all down. Hey, friend, it's good to see you. We miss you in Chicago, but we're glad you're at your own personal home there next to the charts and graphs that we know you love. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, this thing wouldn't have been easy to transport to Chicago, so we'll do it from here. Let's talk gender gap here. Let's talk about it nationally and at the state level, because as you're suggesting there, two different things we're seeing right now. National picture right here. Here's what we've got. The 2020 result. This is an average of all of the post-election surveys, understanding the 2020 electorate. Donald Trump on average won in 2020 over Joe Biden by 5 points among men. Now, by comparison, during this campaign, when Joe Biden was the Democratic candidate, on average, for the final month before he dropped out, Trump was leading Biden by 12 among men. So again, with a gender gap, Republicans typically do better with men. Trump had been doing better than in 20 against Joe Biden. Now Kamala Harris comes in, and for the last month, Trump lead on average 7 points among men. So from 12 to 7, still a solid Trump lead, but that's a little bit better for Democrats. Then among women, take a look at this, 13-point Biden win in 2020. Biden had only been ahead by 5 before he dropped out. Now Harris is up by 9. So Harris on average leading women by 9. Trump on average leading men by 7. That adds up to a 16-point gender gap. Now that's big, that's significant, but nationally, that's not new. That's typically what we see in presidential elections. As you say, here's the thing that's new. It's from one pollster, New York Times, Siena, and it's one set of polls, these battleground polls they did last week. But you were pointing some of them there. I mean, Michigan is the biggest. They found Trump by 20 among men, by 28 among women. That is a gender gap of 48 points. Wisconsin, Trump 17 men, Harris 24 women, 41-point gender gap. Georgia 20 points, Trump men, Harris 10 with women, 30-point gender gap. So this is massive if it's true. And that's the question here, because it is one pollster, as we say, one set of polls. There can be statistical noise. I mean, look, in Pennsylvania, they actually didn't find much of a gender gap at all. It indicates how these numbers can bounce around, but it raises the possibility of state-specific effects that might be driving gender gaps in particular states. We need to see more polls, but if that is something we keep seeing in polls, Hallie, it's enormous.
Steve Kornacki back at the big board. Steve, thank you. Let's bring you back here to Chicago, because if you heard the music kick up behind me, that is because night 2 is coming into play. You just saw Jamie Harrison. Let's listen.
The second in-person session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by Rabbi Sharon Browse.
As we wait for Mike Memoli here, he's down on the floor for us, the DNC gaveling in. Let's get down to Mem. And I hate to do this to you, Mike, because I know they're about to, I think, lead the group in prayer, but give us a sense. Are folks in their seats?
We have gathered together. That's right. Well, Hallie, we know what the issue was last night. Things went just a little bit long. So the convention organizers tonight are doing everything they can to not just keep things on a better pace, but also start things earlier just in case they do go long. And that's really important because of what we know about tonight's program, Hallie. Last night was significant, of course, the moment, especially with President Biden. But tonight there are a lot more complicated moving parts. You have the Democratic nominee for president not here in Wisconsin. They want to bring her her rally in Wisconsin to the delegates here as well. That requires some time precision. You also have the roll call that's happening tonight, the ceremonial roll call, where it involves elements both in the room but also some remote pieces where they're going to try and borrow from that hybrid, mostly virtual convention in 2020 and complement it with the in-person experience here in 2024. All of that means that they have to keep things on a much tighter schedule this time around. And so we do see most of the delegations in their seats. Everyone is filtering in. We haven't heard any of the security issues that we saw yesterday as well. So all signs are that things are about to get going here. And it's going to be a very interesting, busy night, of course, headlined by not just one, but both Obamas, Barack and Michelle Obama.
So what you're saying, it sounds like, Mem, is that there's a chance folks may be able to get to bed or get to their after parties. Perhaps by midnight, we will see, Eastern time at least. Mem, you talk about the headliners tonight. If we look at the moments that have been emotionally resonant at the Democratic National Convention so far, obviously last night held a lot of emotion. Tonight, there's a lot of focus, rightfully so, on the Obamas, on Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, who remains hugely popular among Democrats. In fact, if you looked at some polling from back in July for hypothetical head-to-head matchups, this is when President Biden was still in the race. She was the only Democratic name polled that actually outperformed former President Trump. She has zero interest, and she's made that clear in getting back into politics. But part of tonight is also going to be about the person hoping to become the first gentleman, and that's Doug Emhoff here, too. We've been talking a little bit about that biographical video that NBC News has exclusively, his son introducing him, talking about how Kamala Harris became Mamala. That may hold, I think, a lot of emotional resonance tonight for people as well as he takes the stage. Do we know if Vice President Harris is going to be watching from Wisconsin?
Oh, you can be sure she is. And I'm so glad you brought that up, Hallie, because I think this is we talk about the historic nature of Kamala Harris's candidacy. We have sort of lost sight of Doug in some ways in all of this. The vice president likes to call her husband the second gentleman. He's the first, obviously, male to hold the role of the second spouse. And he would obviously make history if she makes history as the first woman president. And think about what we saw last night. Of course, Secretary Clinton speaking here. She was the first woman nominated by a major party, but of course her husband was a former president. And so even as she was campaigning and as she was making history, that we didn't necessarily look at Bill Clinton in the way that we might look at Doug Emhoff. And so a campaign advisor was telling me that they feel he's going to play a really important role in speaking, especially to those voters who are not necessarily politically oriented, who may come from blended families. Like, he'll highlight that story here tonight as well.
Mike, Memoli, what's been the most interesting thing you've seen down there on the floor so far today?
Please welcome Joshua.
Well, I think I'm holding it. I'm not what you would call a Swiftie. I haven't really been to too many concerts here, but we're all wondering what these LED wristbands are that are on every one of the chairs here in the arena. There's going to be some sort of multimedia presentation here where this comes into play, and we're looking forward to seeing what it is.
All right, we will see that moment, of course, as we pause for a brief moment for the Pledge of Allegiance there behind you, Mike Memoli. And there it is, 15-year-old Joshua Davis from Virginia kicking off night 2 here at the DNC. We are going to continue our special coverage of the Democratic Convention with our thanks to Mem and others when we get back, including more on the other, of course, spouse set to speak tonight, not just Doug Emhoff, but Michelle Obama back in the spotlight. We're getting into it right after a real quick break. Stay tuned for our special coverage rolling on NBC News Now.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all over.
Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it. Yeah. I just ruled the world.
The Democratic National Convention starting in just the last 10 minutes, not even. And so far, very much on schedule. We'll see if that continues. Of course, tonight we're looking ahead to 2 very distinct political spouses making the case for Vice President Kamala Harris at the DNC. We are going to hear from the woman you see on screen, former First Lady Michelle Obama. She is one of the most popular voices in the Democratic Party. She's spoken at every DNC since 2008 when her husband was nominated. Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman who could become the first gentleman, will be with us as well. For more, I'm joined by NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And as a roar goes up, Andrea, behind me, I'm just going to turn around. Look at this moment. Patti LaBelle early here on stage. And the crowd is on their feet. So much of this, Andrea, as you know, is about the energy in the room, is about capturing moments like this to get the folks here, the delegates excited. I should note, still a number of empty seats. That'll pick up as the night goes on.
And they've been doing that also with surprise guests, surprise appearances. Kamala Harris last night coming out in the cameo. Then all four of them, the two couples coming out at the end of President Biden's speech. And we don't know what's going to happen tonight because we know that Kamala Harris and Doug Walsh are in Milwaukee. It's only an hour and a half now, but they can be on screen at any time by satellite.
We know who's not on screen. She's here in person. Let's take a minute. Let's just vibe out here.
Enjoy it.
Listen in.
When I see your tears, when I show my hand, Lord of you, nothing carry on. When I feel all hope is gone, see the world with brand new eyes. Your love has made me realize that you are so right to me.
Patti LaBelle at 80 years old, getting the crowd on its feet here at the DNC. Your turn, Andrea. You want to take a solo?
What a voice. I mean,
incredibly powerful. Somebody else, of course, who has a voice in a very different kind of way is Michelle Obama. We're talking about politically, as she is set to take the stage as well. She is somebody that you have covered through the course of your career, Andrea, and somebody who, along with her husband, has stepped out of this role of, let's call him king or queen maker, if you will. They've both got other projects going on. They've got that Netflix deal. Very consciously choosing not to engage in the political arena to the degree that I think some Democrats would like them to. Talk us through that dynamic.
No, that's so true. But, you know, Kamala Harris had to make a choice in 2008 during that very bitter Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama primary campaign. And she chose Barack Obama over Hillary Clinton. And that says a lot. And it's paying benefits right now. The other thing is that Michelle Obama and Joe Biden, frankly, were never terribly close, and that became more estranged after Hunter Biden's divorce because Michelle Obama was known to be very close friends with Catherine Buell, his first wife. So there were tensions there, tensions in the family, but it spilled over into politics. But she never loved politics.
Yeah.
But she's
And she
coming
was
on
clear
to
about that. I mean, she made that pretty clear.
she said that
especially
going
out of
in
office.
with
Yeah.
him in 2008. So she was a reluctant spouse. She's written about it.
Yeah.
But she's the most popular political figure and celebrity and sort of political celebrity context in the country. Bar none, her books sell more than anyone else's within that cadre of presidents and first ladies. And she does those book tours. She's won all kinds of awards for voicing her own books. So she's a unique personality, and her speaking here is a great tribute because it was not at all clear she was going to do it. Barack Obama was clearly going to do that, but she chooses her roles very carefully.
They're friends, right? I mean, they are people who they've known each other for decades now. They are, by all accounts, quite close on a personal level, not just on that sort of politics level where everybody's your friend.
And, there was that undercurrent of tension that Barack Obama was part of the Democratic leadership group pressuring for Joe Biden to get out.
Andrew, we're going to take a beat for a second here because Jack Schlossberg is walking out onto the stage, the grandson of former President John F. Kennedy, a Vogue political correspondent who's got a big following online. Let's listen in.
My grandfather, and he's my hero. JFK was the youngest person ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now ours to answer, because once again, the torch has been passed to a new generation, to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader is Vice President Kamala Harris. Like President Kennedy, Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs. She will defend our freedoms, the freedom for women anywhere in America to make their own healthcare choices, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make, and history is watching to see what we will do. Now, let's elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you.
Jack Schlossberg speaking there briefly, making the case for Kamala Harris and linking her, of course, to his grandfather, former President Kennedy, Andrea.
And just very briefly, when he was still in graduate school, he made his debut on the political stage, if you will, at a White House black-tie dinner honoring the 50th anniversary of his grandfather's establishing the Medal of Freedom 50 years ago at that point. And he was the MC. And it was the first time he'd been out in public. His mother, Caroline, of course, is the ambassador previously to Japan, now to Australia, from President Obama and then President Biden. And he'd never spoken publicly before, and he was just a wow. And that's when he became kind of known. I was there. My husband had been awarded the Medal of Freedom, so that's why I was there.
Andrea,
very exciting.
It's fascinating to look at that arc, at that thread that connects these Democrats, through history. Andrea, thank you. We got a lot more to get to here as night 2 of the Democratic National Convention is in full swing. We're going to get back here in just a second after we sneak in a quick break with more here live from Chicago on NBC News Now.
Hvorfor vælge Autocom? Tilmelder du din bil i dag, kan den være solgt inden for 24 timer. Du bestemmer selv mindsteprisen og betaler kun salær, hvis din bil bliver solgt. Vi kalder det solgt eller gratis. Vi godkender alle vores bilforhandlere.
we're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I appreciate
Closer to the Gaza border.
God has given me, and I want to repay it to you.
The story is resilience and hope.
Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
This is the joint where
We are back now with more of our continuing coverage live from night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Look at that. The floor is filling up. People are milling about. They were on their feet for Patti LaBelle, as you watched live just a couple of minutes ago. And this place is going to get pretty raucous coming up in the next couple of hours. You're going to watch it all here on NBC News Now as we await a number of key moments here. Of course, those speeches from former First Lady Michelle Obama, former President Barack Obama, current second gentleman hoping to become the first gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and many others. I want to bring in a couple folks to talk about some of the dynamics at play in the state of the race. Giulio Terusa, national political reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Maya King, who covers politics in the Southeast for the New York Times, and Peter Baker, who covers politics everywhere at all times, constantly, as the New York Times chief White House correspondent. Peter, I'll start with you here, because we are seeing...
had fixed things. And here you are fighting the same battles. But I want to tell you tonight, my friends, what I said to my grandma. I said, it's okay, Grandma. It's just our turn. It's just our turn to stand up for working people and to stand up for our nation's promise. It's just our turn to defend our rights and to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. It's our turn to make history, my friends, by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. God bless you. May God protect our troops.
Don't know why, but I feel like
seeing how the Biden-Harris focus on making healthcare affordable for middle-class Americans has benefited so many of my patients.
I support Kamala Harris because she fights for the working family and she thinks about the future of our country. Trump tried to take our country backward.
She has taken action to make sure childcare and home care are accessible and affordable.
I am a type 1 diabetic since the age of 10, and having my insulin is not an option.
My name is Anne from Wisconsin, and this is my daughter, Isla. Isla qualifies for a type of Medicaid based on a level of care for children with disabilities. Donald Trump attempted to cut Medicaid every single year he was in office.
Kamala Harris is the only candidate on the ticket this year that will actually continue to fight to get caps on insulin, and we need her in office.
I am all in for Harris 2024.
Hailing from the South Side of Chicago, please welcome Oscar and Grammy Award-winning artist, author, and longtime activist, Common, featuring Grammy Award-winning gospel singer, Jonathan McReynolds.
I thank God for this moment in time where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace. We fortunate. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here, but we've arrived. The deliverance and diligence for which we strive. It's the feeling, there's no silliness when we rise. Fortunate to have friends who don't synthesize. I keep good company, we enterprise. Had a strong gauge since infant eyes. I guess I can see the power in the prize. Incentivized by the streets I identify. Other people's struggles I don't minimize. Fortunate to be born and raised in the shy. Salt of the earth, people with the bravest eye. They say your God is the truth, I wasn't raised to lie. Fortunate to be so que sera. Every day that I get up, I trace the sky. Draw with the most high on the place that I am. And that's fortunate, you can feel it in the air. And yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, Chi-Town at the DNC. Jonathan, what you say?
May your struggles keep you near the cross, and may your troubles show that you need God, and may your battles end the way they should, and may your bad days prove that God is good, and may your triumphs keep you humble at heart, and may your endings be worthy of every start. Hey, let's take this message to every hood. That your whole life will prove that God is good. And we are fortunate.
You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC. Fortunate, I was raised by my Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles. They both told me believe the seeds of a revolutionary. Evolution's very necessary to become fruits and berries of our labor. Told to search for a savior. Fortunate, I had a chance to raise her. In the days of the unknown, I'm fortunate to come home to blocks we fought and swung on. Fortunate the Lord put me on the path to use the microphone for a ride and a staff. Fortunate, yo, we got to go to Paris. We fortunate, y'all, for Kamala Harris. Yo, we fortunate. Yo, the love is in the air. Yo, can you feel it out there? Hey, yo, the feeling is free. Chi-Town, we live at the DNC.
We are fortunate.
Thank you, God.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
My name is Chuck. I voted for Trump in 2016.
My name is Tom. I'm from Michigan, and I'm a former Trump voter.
I'm Joanna. I live in Florida. I'm a former Trump voter.
I just cannot vote for the man, and it can go from just being dishonest, from a criminal, and an insurrectionist.
He has no respect for Americans. He has no respect for the Constitution.
I believe if Trump gets a second term, he's not leaving, he's staying.
He broke the law. He doesn't believe they apply to him.
The President of the United States exists to serve the people of the United States.
In 2024, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
It's night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. The headliners tonight, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined in the United Center tonight by Rhonda Colvin, senior political correspondent, and James Hohman, columnist and editorial writer. Well, we just heard Common perform, and we heard a video roll of former Trump supporters who now say they are voting for Kamala Harris. The theme tonight here at the United Center is a bold vision for America's future. Among the speakers we'll also hear from this evening, Rhonda, Senator Bernie Sanders, a Republican mayor from Arizona. What do Democrats want to communicate tonight?
They want to continue showing that their party is in stark contrast to the party of Trump. I think they're really going to, just kind of continue what they did last night. It almost feels like we didn't leave. We're wearing different clothes, but it almost feels like the same type of energy that they left with last night is still in this arena. I think even looking at some of the lineup of some of the speakers, it's really trying to show that the Democrats are a broad tent. There's everyone from social media influencers who get a slot to folks who are running for the U.S. Senate. And of course, it's all going to cap off with the Obamas, really leaders and well-regarded leaders in the Democratic Party. And I think from the energy and what I've heard from people, that's really who everyone wants to hear from tonight.
We'll also hear from second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Now, curiously, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to be out campaigning in Milwaukee, but we may see them appear one way or another this evening. James, there is daylight between people who approve of and support Barack Obama and people who say they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. There is a gap. What can Barack Obama and Michelle Obama do tonight to try to bring people on board?
That's the challenge. And we just heard Mitch Landrieu a few minutes ago say this is going to be a fired up, ready to go kind of night. I think you're going to hear Obama make that explicit. What I'm really interested in is Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama was very, very down on Joe Biden. She didn't particularly like him. She's very close friends with Hunter Biden's ex-wife. And she was very angry about how the Biden family cut off Kathleen Buell. So Michelle Obama didn't do anything. She didn't lift a finger to help Joe Biden. This is the first we've heard from her since he dropped out. You remember her last big appearance in 2016. Michelle Obama says, when they go low, we go high. It's a very different Democratic Party now. And, you know, last night you saw Hillary Clinton smiling when they were chanting, lock him up. It's going to be interesting to see how Michelle Obama, who's honestly even more popular than her husband, has even higher favorability. How does she make the case for Kamala Harris, who she clearly is much more excited about than Joe Biden? Doug Emhoff is auditioning for a job that no one has ever held, that of a first gentleman. He obviously has gotten to be the second gentleman. Bill Clinton in 2016 gave that speech, but he was a very well-known national figure, a former president who was trying to stay out of the way, trying not to overshadow his wife. How does Doug Emhoff introduce himself to a lot of people who've honestly never seen him speak? How much, you know, how does he talk about his wife? How does he sort of make the case to men who maybe are not sold on Kamala Harris that his wife is worth voting for?
Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who is in Washington tonight. J.M., you've been looking at the Democrats' platform, and the platform is something that's sort of part of the tradition of the convention. It can sort of get lost in all the news that comes out of the convention, all the splashy sound bites and things like that, but it really is core to the center of what the party and the candidate is all about. What stands out to you in the platform, and also where Kamala Harris belongs in this party?
I mean, what's interesting is the theme we've been talking about so far this week that we expect to continue throughout the rest of the week is unity. Democrats want to be unified. They want to present a unified front. They want to build upon the enthusiasm and the momentum that they have and hopefully get them through Labor Day into then the final stretch of the election when people start voting. The platform is notable in that equation because it was unchanged from the draft platform in July when Biden was still atop the ticket. So there's 287 some odd references to Joe Biden in the platform, only 32 to Kamala Harris. Having said that, though, Harris is walking this sort of high wire act of trying to tie herself to what she sees as the win.
Please welcome Kyle Sweetser from Alabama.
I voted for Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times. You see, I work in construction. I work with my hands. He told us he'd look out for blue-collar workers. So I made my first ever political donation to Trump, and I donated to him many times throughout his presidency. But then I started to see Trump's tariff policy in action. Costs for construction workers like me were starting to soar. I realized Trump wasn't for me. He was for lining his own pockets. Now I'm not left-wing, period. But I believe our leaders should bring out the best in us, not the worst. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She's tough. She's going to tackle inflation. Trump will make it worse. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she'll make us proud to be American again.
Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. The late great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. Bing, 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 bing. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, no, no. Other than day one, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. Well, they're the weird ones. JD is not at all.
The people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, it doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you. But it does matter. What you says matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word, no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
At our 12-week ultrasound, our worst nightmares came true. The baby had stopped growing, but my body had not let go. I was told I was not eligible for any treatment at that point. The Dobbs decision was official and abortion was banned.
In 2021, I needed an abortion after an ectopic pregnancy. I was able to access life-saving medical care when I needed it, and now I'm turning to IVF to build my family.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris because I'm an IVF mom.
It's not just the headline-making stories that these bans impact. It impacts people trying to build families, just like me.
All Americans deserve the right to build their families in the way they know is best for them.
We need to band together and elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Please welcome Nabella Noor.
What calls me here tonight is hope. As a woman who has struggled with fertility, I have not always been hopeful. But today, I am. I'd always dreamt of motherhood, and coming from a large Bangladeshi American family, I imagined it'd be easy. It wasn't. My husband and I tried to conceive. We failed. We tried and failed again and again and again for 6 long years. Finally, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed, but then I miscarried. I was devastated. It was only after sharing my story online and hearing from women about their experiences with IVF that I felt a tiny glimmer of hope. So I started the IVF process. But just a few weeks before my egg retrieval, I learned I was pregnant. Today, we have 2 beautiful daughters. But this is not everyone's ending. For many women, IVF is the only choice. That choice and more is at stake in November. The freedom to plan your family, the hope of having a family at all. I'm here to stand with everyone fighting for our reproductive freedoms, because my daughters and yours deserve every option, every hope, every possible future. To anyone listening who is struggling to start a family, you are not alone. We will not let you lose hope. Because when we come together to raise our voices with love, we win. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
In Michigan, we believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class. And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win. I was raised in a union household. My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide. And they gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children, an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school, I worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me. And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record. As Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs. She brought manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. And as governor, Tim Walz signed the largest infrastructure investment in Minnesota history. And on the other hand, we have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And let's be clear, if they win, working people like my friends here from the Teamsters will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut healthcare programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025, my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife Beverly was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result. Those costs got passed on to our seniors, but not anymore.
It was because of them that we had insulin for $35 compared to $687.
What a gift. This $35 is life-changing for us.
The beauty of it is it's fixed. Everything else goes up, but it stays the same. I have more discretionary income, 20, 30 bucks a month more. His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
I am looking forward to that lifestyle where I can travel and be able to enjoy my grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren.
It meant I could enjoy life.
President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Maryland this afternoon to unveil a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medications.
Seniors will save roughly $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful I feel the future of America will be good.
As president, I'll lower the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone.
I am so excited. I can't hardly stand it. We're going to only go forward. We can't go back.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from unions across America who are rebuilding it brick by brick. I mean, after that, what do you talk about? Kamala Harris wants to throw a little bit of dirt. So here we go. After years of dead ends and broken promises, President Biden and Vice President Harris brought Republicans and Democrats together to actually get something done. Trump promised infrastructure week, but never built anything. But this time, the Biden-Harris administration is actually breaking ground, and we're starting to turn dirt, ushering in an infrastructure decade. All I see is possibilities ahead. You see, the foundation of a strong economy is literally a country's infrastructure. It's the cornerstone upon which all rest. We finally got a president and a vice president who puts their money where their mouth is. Already, $460 billion out the door, $1 trillion of private sector investment building roads and bridges and airports and ports and water systems so that kids don't have to drink dirty water out of lead pipes and little girls don't have to sit on the back of their mama's car trying to do their homework so they can have a better future for us. We're building a clean energy economy. All of it is moving out of the door. And we're touching every part of the country, from the Pontiac, Alaska, all the way down to Lowndes County. We have over, hear me now, 60,000 projects all across this country with funding already underway. We're hitting the ground running, and it's right in everybody's backyards. 2 years ago, after President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Eisenhower, he called on me and others to help carry out that vision as we rebuild America. As a senior advisor to the president, we pushed out funding for the roads and the bridges. We're literally building bridges to the future, high-speed internet, and the clean energy economy. With these projects, we're ushering in a brighter future, a future in which everyone has clean air to breathe, everyone has clean water to drink, a future in which everyone has the opportunity to build generational wealth, a future in which the most vulnerable communities aren't forced to bear the brunt of progress. And we have made historic progress towards that vision. Let's take a look with what progress is being made in communities across the country with products that are being made right here in the USA.
Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law
And the American Rescue Plan.
The Biden-Harris administration is putting billions of dollars into
Cities and counties across the country over the next 5 years.
I want to particularly thank the mayors of America. You make things work.
Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, the city of Phoenix has a much greener bus fleet.
In San Antonio, we're building the airport of the future in the heart of our city.
Until 1970, Scranton and New York were connected by passenger rail. And within 5 years, finally, we're getting that connection back.
Our vision is to create a truly multimodal city, a city where people can walk, ride public transportation, or ride a bike to get to their destination.
Our city is able to create over 2,000 jobs and move our transit system into the future.
We are investing over $50 million to take vacant buildings just like this one to turn them into shovel-ready job sites in the heart of our city.
We were able to use American Rescue Plan funding for safe, affordable housing for our neighbors.
When a dilapidated apartment complex was condemned, we were able to swiftly relocate these tenants.
In Tucson, we have planted or distributed over 100,000 drought-tolerant trees to combat extreme heat.
In the great city of Baltimore, Maryland, we're opening brand new rec centers that closing with our city, and many, many, many more investments thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris.
All right, everybody, what a way to start. But you ain't seen nothing yet. We got a great night planned, and it all starts off, all of you get to participate in this, in the roll call. It starts off with something unlike anything you've ever seen. So look, stick around. We're going to be right back at you.
It's showtime, showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know, oh, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. I'm wearing Cuban links, designer mix, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Don't look at the red, the blue. Woo! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they bring up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face and up, they all be talking. Keep up. Players only. Guys, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. So get ready for the hustlers, sisters, gangsters, extras, and your little friends. I cannot preach. I gotta show them how I'm getting in first. Do your deal, spend your money like money ain't. Woo-hoo. Gotta blame it on Jesus. Hashtag jar ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're breaking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, put your face in my mouth, y'all be trying to keep up. Players only, come on. Karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like. Everywhere I go, they be like. Everywhere I go, they be like. Don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling. Just pick it up. What's that sound? Come on now. What y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. What y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take the official 2024 National Committee panoramic photograph. At this time, we would ask all of the delegates and guests to take their seats and get ready for this historic photo. During the photo, there should not be any movement in the hall. If anyone moves, anyone behind them will be blurred. There will be one digital rotation. There will be one photo taken with a 110-year-old film camera by Abbas Shir Mohammadi, fourth-generation photographer who has captured all of the past Democratic and past 10 swearing ceremonies. The camera is ready. Please listen to Abbas, who is located in the center blue press stand in the center of the hall.
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my privilege to photograph you with 154 500 viewers, please. This camera is a film, hundreds of years old, capturing the images. If there's a slight movement in the hall, not only moving the world, the person behind you also moving the world. I would appreciate if everyone, please, wherever you are, regarding your seat or somewhere else, stand still, look into the camera in the center platform of your press, and hold your hands in the front, please. Do not move. The camera is going to start in about 22 seconds. Please do not move. There are some moving in the hall. Please, wherever you are, stay right there. You're going to make other people there. Please hold it right there. I greatly appreciate that. Right now, please do not move. There's some movement, please stay right there. Right there says, please put your hands down. I appreciate that. This is your program. I'm moving, damn it. Here goes the camera. Please do not move. It's an extremely sensitive camera. Please hold. You can see this photograph at democraticphotos.com. 48 hours. I congratulate all of you. Thank you for your attention.
Delegates and guests, please put on your wristbands at your seats.
I'm gonna just count y'all off.
Here we go. Knock My highway, coast to coast, easy to get anywhere. On the transcontinental overload, just right behind the wheel. How does it feel? There's no destination too far. And somewhere on the way, you must find out who you are. Living in America, eye to eye, station to station. Living in America, hand in hand, across the nation. Living in America, got to have a celebration. Rock my soul, yeah. Yeah. Smoke back, back, many miles of railroad track. All night, radio, keep on running through. I live in America. I don't know about you, but I like living. Living in America. I like living. Hey, living in America. Say it again. Living in America. Living in America. Come on and wave your hands in the air and sing it. Living in America. The greatest country in the world. Come on. Living in America. Let it free. Home of the brave. Living in America. Hey, hey, hey. Living in America. Woo! Living in America.
Closely watching Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, it is very likely that in November it will come down to just a few thousand votes in some of those states. So it is a turnout game. It always has been. That point has not changed. The ticket may have been reset, but really it was always going to be a turnout game for both of these camps. And just to talk about what James was just saying about Trump being a motivator, he has been a very effective motivator with the Democratic base. I'm even thinking about just on the Hill, how many Democrats, they didn't quite want to come out and say that Biden should step down, but they began to after a few started saying it publicly. And I can't imagine a world where Joe Biden would have dropped out if there was another candidate in the Republican camp. But that is because Trump scared a lot of Democrats. And they truly say that they are very fearful of him returning. They, led the 2 impeachment attempts on Trump. They went through January 6th. They know him inside and out. They have intelligence on some of the things that have happened, and they found that quite scary. And on the Nancy Pelosi part of this, yes, we do know from reporting that she was a pivotal person in this decision with Biden. She alone was almost the standard bearer for the Democratic Party in the Trump administration. She was leading Democrats, national Democrats, in what they should do and say. So that is why she had so much effectiveness when she was trying to make sure that this ticket was a winning ticket. I heard one of her aides, her former aides, say that, you know, yes, she was friends with Joe Biden. Yes, she has worked alongside him for years. But when it comes to politics and winning, she can be ruthless. And I think that, you know, a lot of Democrats decided we're going to follow Pelosi on this.
She loves Joe Biden, but she loves winning, and she loves the Democratic Party even more. It's remarkable. She's been everywhere. She's omnipresent. This is her convention. I mean, everyone has a Pelosi sighting. It's kind of amazing. She's loving it. She's taking a victory lap.
Now it's time for the roll call. You will hear every state mentioned. Listen for the music as well from DJ Cassidy. Let's go listen.
And I'm honored to serve as the secretary of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention. I remember watching my very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United Center. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was an occasion of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation's voting results for the presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states, with the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, the territories, and Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're going to pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation. But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your vote? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your votes?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud great state of Alabama proudly cast 50 next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future. And that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud Black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Talofa lava. Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Buenas tardes.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes. From the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton, who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it out!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, home of the submarine, home of the jet engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes
and one present for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris!
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions had marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris. We know Kamala Harris will fight for our freedom, and we will work together to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. The District of Columbia is proud to cast its 51 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes from the great state of Florida for the first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Fire and loud with another round of shots. DAC, turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what? Yes, turn out for what? Let's go, let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. VP Harris, come to the wall. VP Harris, give it a wall. Hey.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akiva Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President
President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
Hafide Donald Santo. I am Governor Noom Young Guerrero, the first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam. The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's Day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva
Aloha, Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris, first woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration of democracy, a celebration of freedom, a celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois, the prairie state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
How do you cast your vote?
Indiana welcomed me into its heart. Indiana welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivered this 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Secretary, the tall corn state of Iowa, the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency, the state that put education on its state quarter, and the state that feeds and fuels the world, casts one vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Kansas, how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Kentucky, how do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
Greetings from Louisiana, Mr. Secretary.
My name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing can be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its one vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, marching together. Michigan cast 125 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
And tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan. Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Spoon. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala Harris!
Nebraska. How do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle. Now our chair, Danielle Monroe-Moreno. Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto. And we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first Black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Manzour.
The great Live for Your Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next Black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala
Harris. Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
New York. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I'm from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, for New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina. How do you cast your vote?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go! So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC Roll Call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Hafaday, Tiro, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality. Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go!
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. How do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state, thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
Puerto Rico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the next state of the United States, has its 60 votes para la primera mujer afroamericana de ascendencia asiática y caribeña que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
DNC, let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Rhode Island. How do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and a historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
South Carolina. How do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks.
Our Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina. Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight and will fight for all Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward
with a prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris. ¡Sí se puede!
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
How mitakiapi, chante washte na zapalo. In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good paying jobs, better access to healthcare, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
Tennessee, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote. From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris. We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Texas, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have 2 beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. Thank you. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and of the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes present and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
Vermont, how do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Virginia, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives, with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom. By building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, for this year, we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Washington. How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Wolves. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala Davy Harris.
Of the Democratic National Convention kicking off here in Chicago, a familiar stage for the man delivering tonight's headline address, former President Barack Obama. It's one of the many speeches from top Democrats tonight as they will be making the case for Vice President Kamala Harris. The former First Lady, Michelle Obama, is also going to be on that stage tonight. I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is just right next door to where she will be speaking shortly. And Jeff, you've been doing some reporting on her speech and really just her mindset as she is returning to a very familiar spotlight for her at the convention.
And Caitlin, Michelle Obama certainly is coming home to Chicago tonight to deliver what she rarely does, a public political address. But for all the attention focused on the former president, I am told the Harris campaign is focused more on Michelle Obama. They believe that her speech tonight could resonate much more outside this convention hall in the weeks to come in this election. I am told that the former First Lady is going to say she would like to sit on the sidelines, but this campaign is too important to do so. Of course, we all remember 8 years ago when she addressed the Democratic Convention back in 2016 in Philadelphia. She addressed the Trump campaign and Republicans specifically saying, when they go low, we go high. I am told tonight she will deliver an updated version of that. We don't know exactly what that will be, but she is going to make the case that she knows this race is incredibly important and incredibly tight, and Democrats cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. So this back-to-back address from the Obamas tonight at the end of the evening, anticipation already building for it, but Michelle Obama may be the one to watch.
Yes.
Caitlin?
And we will all be keeping a close eye on that. Jeff Zeleny, thank you for that. We'll keep checking in with you. We're also keeping an eye on new comments from Donald Trump, who is out on the campaign trail today. That is where we find CNN's Kristen Holmes at this hour. Kristen, you spoke to Donald Trump directly earlier. What did he tell you?
Well, Kellen, I asked him about the DNC and particularly former President Barack Obama's speech tonight. I cited the fact that in 2020, Obama said that Trump never grew into the role as president. And then I asked him for essentially a pre-buttal of the speech. This is what he said, almost a complete turnaround of what we have heard him say about former President Obama before.
I like him. I think he's a nice gentleman, but he was very, very weak on trade. If you take a look at what happened to our country trade-wise, it was a disaster. Take a look at Japan, take a look at China, take a look at what happened with some of these countries, what they did. But I happen to like him. I respect him and I respect his wife.
Kaylin, I respect him and I respect him. I respect his wife. Obviously very different from what we've heard from Donald Trump, particularly during his tenure in office, when he repeatedly blamed Obama for a lot of shortcomings in his own office, tried to undermine his legacy. And before that was the biggest promoter of birtherism, essentially saying that Obama wasn't eligible to be president. We have never really heard, at least in modern times, him say that he had some kind of level of respect for him and his wife, but clearly he is shifting his tune today.
Interesting comments, Kristen Holmes. Thank you for that. We're back here with our political experts at the table. John, I mean, he accused him of directly spying on his campaign, the birtherism. I mean, I respect him, but I respect his wife.
By luck of the draw, I interviewed Donald Trump the day Barack Obama finally released his birth certificate. And I showed a copy to Donald Trump, and he threw it back at me like that. And he said he was sending a team to Hawaii to investigate. He has at some of his rallies used Barack Obama's middle name, Barack Hussein Obama.
He types it in all caps.
Raising questions that Obama is not legitimate, that he's not American, that he shouldn't have been president. What does that tell me? It tells me that Donald Trump, who occasionally listens to his political advisors and has very smart political advisors, has been told, guess what, sir? You're losing. You're losing because people think you're unhinged. You're losing because not only black voters, but people in the suburbs don't like your tone. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, I mean,
who is that man? I mean, this is, look, to John's point, this is about one thing and one thing only, and that's the campaign and voters. And he is worried about this race. And I mean, I have a list of insults that he has made about both Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. She polls very badly. She's just terrible and so forth and so on. He thought when he was running against Joe Biden that he could get some black votes, that he could get Hispanic votes. He sees what's going on with Kamala Harris, and that's when they go low, he's going high for the first time ever.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts.
Start the clock.
Right. David, obviously, Trump has been keeping a close eye on this convention, watching it. One of his former administration officials, Stephanie Grisham, is going to be on that stage tonight. Not just her, but other Republicans as well. I mean, how is that going to go over?
Yeah, look, I don't think that's going to bother him. And if you want me to believe that Kamala Harris is now for fracking, I can believe that Donald Trump now likes Barack Obama. Okay, so it's a new political world today. Okay, I look, the people who are coming up. I think I said this. Jeff Duncan in the state of Georgia may have some impact because he's a known entity. I think the rest of the people, nobody really knows who they are. Some Republicans. It's good political theater here tonight. It's nice for them to put them on and say, look how bad Donald Trump is. But to the rest of the world, it's largely irrelevant, other than in Georgia where it may have some impact. Come on, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Ouch.
I don't think that's where she's going.
Okay. Donald, it's like when they go low.
Be nice.
No, when they go low, we go high. He sounds high right now. Is actually what it is. Donald Trump.
So mean.
No. What is mean is Donald Trump the whole time questioning a black man's citizenship, using a name like Hussein as a derogatory term. That is mean. What is mean is calling African countries S-hole countries and A-hole countries. That's mean. That was a joke. What he said maybe is a joke. Donald Trump does not respect Barack Obama. He does not respect Michelle Obama. I'm not even sure he knows what respect is. And if he does, I don't want that kind of respect.
He just was very kind to them. That was as kind as it gets.
No, it wasn't honest though.
How do you know it wasn't honest?
Well, if that's what liking somebody means, I don't want that kind of like in my life. That's like how enemies like people.
If that was honest, then you're saying he's been dishonest for the last 6 years.
Listen,
the last 10 years.
John, listen, you said it's politics, right? It's all politics, right?
That is politics.
Politics. Yes. And people say to him, his advisors, some advisors say, listen, let's stick to the facts. Let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the border. Let's talk inflation. Let's not make it about people, right? So maybe he's listened, just like you said. I'm hopeful because he's leading on right now, that CBS poll. He's leading her on inflation, economy, and the border. Let's keep talking about those issues.
That's not going to get him
Maybe he thought she was talking about someone else. David Urban, everyone else, thank you for that.
Here's how Atera takes your team's IT efficiency from good to ooh. Okay, imagine being able to solve hours-long tickets like this in just 10 seconds. Ready? Go. Simply click the AI icon for instant ticket summaries, recommend.
Let me bring into our conversation.
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom.
Cell phone?
Not yet, but I've been requesting access to the boiler room, Nicole, and it has not yet been approved by the Democratic National Committee. So,
Of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star
get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing. And that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
You are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hello to everyone joining us from exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Buenas noches, Chicago. So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Let me tell you about the Kamala Harris I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people and how that policy affects real people, not just the members of Mar-a-Lago. And you know what else? Kamala Harris, she likes dogs. And my dog, Cha-Cha, likes her. Dogs are good judges of character. So are cats. We cannot elect a president who does not like dogs or hangs around with people who shoot them. Now, let's be serious. Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old. I don't take it lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one day. They attack the free press. They call them the enemy of the people, like Ortega does in Nicaragua. They put their unqualified relatives in cushy government jobs so they can get rich of their positions, like the Castros do in Cuba. And they refuse to accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for violence to stay in power, like Maduro is doing right now in Venezuela. Now, you tell me something. Do any of those things sound familiar? Is there anybody running for president who reminds you of that? And I know one thing, it's not Kamala Harris. That is not the America we love. It's not the land of freedom we treasure. Last night, we heard President Biden say that he loves his job, but he loves his country more. Every American needs to love our country more. Every American has the duty to put our country first. Country first before party. Country first before political ambition. Country first before habit. And in this election, putting country first means one thing and one thing only: voting for Kamala Harris. And that is what this night is about. That is what we're going to talk about tonight. So you know what? Let's get it started. Let's get this fiesta going.
The ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. And the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill as amended is passed.
It is my honor to present the Golden Gavel to Vice President Harris, 32 tie-breaking votes.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call? Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing: tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage.
Only one candidate will move America forward, Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two. And that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada. John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana. And Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And folks, listen to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender, or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate, and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year, and he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now is the time to chart a new way forward. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle-class Americans.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago.
We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. but much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. To stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad. We must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on big pharma, big oil, big ag, big tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago. We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald told us to inject
bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of Maga Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, But you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get him!
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and current chair and managing director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
My fellow Americans, for 17 years, I ran American Express, one of the greatest companies in this country. America has thousands of great companies, more than any other nation in the world. And that's not by accident. The United States is the best place in the world to do business because of the values on which our country was built. Democracy, the rule of law, free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power. As a business leader, I have seen firsthand why democracy is so important. Democracy provides the foundation upon which American business and our economy depend. Character and values matter. In business, nothing is more important than trust. In America, we have to trust our president will protect democracy. We have to be certain they'll follow the law and serve the nation, not themselves. Business requires stability and certainty that our democracy will endure. Our economy and democracy are tightly linked. Both only grow stronger when Americans, despite our differences, are willing to work together. At this moment, when our politics pits one group against another, that's what's remarkable about Kamala Harris. She is for all Americans. She understands it's possible, in fact necessary, for a president to be both pro-business and pro-worker. Kamala Harris understands that government must work in partnership with the business community. She knows that a market-based economy needs a strong and effective government. Kamala Harris understands that we need to help entrepreneurs turn good ideas into thriving companies, that we can create good-paying jobs by helping manufacturers expand. Kamala Harris believes in growing the economic pie for the benefit of current and future generations. Unlike her opponent, she knows the way not to build an advanced economy is a broad tariff that would only raise prices, hurt consumers and businesses, and cost jobs. She knows the way not to do it is to give people like me a tax cut when that money should be invested to grow the middle class. If you want to lead, you have to be willing to serve. Kamala Harris's vision for the economy serves us all. She has demonstrated throughout her career that she wants to serve all people and wants all Americans to have the opportunity to work to achieve their own share of the American dream. Our economy goes up and down, but the reason America is the strongest nation in the world is because of her commitment to something bigger than ourselves, our commitment to each other, to democracy. That's what this election is about. It's more than a choice between two parties or sets of policies. It's a choice about who we're going to be as a country. In his words and actions, Kamala Harris's opponent has shown us that he does not believe in our democratic values, and he will seek only to serve himself and his desire for vindication and vengeance. Kamala Harris will face the facts. She will navigate this country, the greatest country in the world, through the inevitable challenges, while also leading with the hope and values that America was founded on. Kamala Harris understands that the role of a leader is to instill hope, to repudiate the merchants of fear, and focus on ensuring that the best days are ahead of us. She believes in America, its principles, the hopes and dreams of our people, and the promise of our future. That is why I believe Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States of America. God bless America.
Repeal Obamacare.
Donald Trump over the weekend again threatened to repeal Obamacare.
This would lead to Americans having their health insurance taken away.
There are about 19 million people with coverage through Medicaid expansion, another 16 million enrolled through the ACA's health insurance marketplaces, and we'd probably be talking about many millions of people becoming uninsured.
Biggest worries, losing the safety net of pre-existing conditions coverage. What happens if you lose this insurance?
Our son would die.
What makes you think this isn't just a hollow threat?
This is one of the few campaign promises that he actually tried very hard to keep. So we better believe him when he says he's coming after this.
Even if you have insurance from your employer, you will be affected because your premiums would be going up.
We're looking at a lot of people who could lose their health insurance.
Please welcome New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
Good evening, America. I'm Michelle Lujan Grisham, governor of the great state of New Mexico. And in my state, we like things spicy, a little chili on everything, a little kick in our campaigns. And let me tell you, we are feeling en fuego right now. We are fired up to elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. This election is about protecting our democracy and securing our freedoms, including the right to affordable, quality health care. Now, this issue is personal to Vice President Harris, whose mom passed away after a battle with colon cancer. And it's personal to me. At 2 years old, my sister was diagnosed with a tumor that was incurable and made her uninsurable by the time she was 3. And it's personal to Americans across the country who know what it's like when someone they love gets sick. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to dismantle our healthcare system, repeal the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions. Either these guys don't get it or they just don't care. You know who gets it? Kamala Harris gets it, and she cares. As Attorney General, she took on drug companies that jacked up prices and hospitals that overcharged patients. And when Republicans tried to kill the Affordable Care Act, she stood up in the Senate, voting not just no, but hell no. And Kamala Harris hasn't just stopped Republicans from making our healthcare system worse. She fights every day to make it better. And I know, I spent 20 years working to get Medicare the ability to negotiate lower drug prices. As Vice President, Kamala Harris delivered it. You know what Donald Trump delivered? Junk plans, higher premiums, and abortion bans. And if you don't think a second term would be worse, then I've got a box of Trump steaks to sell you. We have not just a better choice. America, we have the best choice. Yes, we do. Kamala Harris will protect your right to care. She'll cap drug costs, she'll go after corporate price gougers, and ensure every woman who needs it can access reproductive health care. That's the president I want. And that's the president America needs. And with your help, that's the next president of the United States. President Kamala Harris.
I love you too. Y en español, los quiero. So, my mom, like Kamala's mom, got sick. When my mom died in 2021, Kamala called me. She had lost her mother to cancer in 2009. Kamala helped me navigate my grief. She said that heartbreak and loss are the price for having loved and having been loved. How I wish our mothers could be here to see this moment. In the next 4 years, America will invariably have moments of great sadness and pain in our country. Some will be natural disasters. Some will be man-made disasters. We need a president who can not only be commander-in-chief, but also consoler-in-chief. We need a president with empathy, capable of lifting us up when we are down. We need a president who is capable of holding us in a big, great hug when we need it. That is Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is only capable of holding two things, a grudge and a golf club.
I remember when Kamala was first running for district attorney and people were like, oh, I don't know if she's tough enough. And I just had to laugh because I'm like, you don't know my sister.
Kamala had been a hard and tough prosecutor in Alameda County, prosecuting men who were pimping young girls and rapists.
Kamala wanted to make sure that murderers and child abusers face meaningful accountability and consequences for those actions.
One of the cases that she had early in her career was where a man had scalped his girlfriend. And she ended up getting a conviction, getting justice for that woman.
She came to San Francisco to protect victims. and she was elected to be district attorney of San Francisco. Kamala knew that we needed to be smart on crime, and if hell, no one else was going to do it, that she was going to do it.
If I'm going to keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention. Investing in people coming out of prisons is the smart thing to do for law enforcement. Forget that it's just the right thing to do.
That was a young Kamala Harris. She's only gotten more fierce. I've never seen her back down from a fight, and when she fights, she wins.
When Kamala became Attorney General, she wanted to protect people, but also to fundamentally pursue justice.
Being smart on crime starts with being tough on violent crime.
From a statewide perspective, I think we were concerned about the rise of gang violence.
In San Joaquin County, we saw this tremendous change in our community, and it hit us like a wave. We saw an increase in human trafficking, narcotics, and guns.
Let it be clear to anyone who would menace this state with violence, to those who prey on the weak and the vulnerable, justice will be swift and certain in the state of California.
She was always hunting the kingpins, but we didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively to help all the counties in California. Because of her, we destabilized organized crime, disrupt these flows of guns, human beings, and narcotics.
We are here this afternoon to announce the shutting down of one of the biggest and most organized threats to the safety of the Central Valley.
I really think of her as fearless, as a fighter.
Kamala just perseveres, and mommy would say it's too hard is never an excuse. Making excuses is a failure to not only take responsibility, but to take action. If you have the will, the desire, the passion, the commitment, there is no challenge that is insurmountable.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Senate in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks.
Good evening, America, and hello, Maryland. People like me, thank you. People like me, stories like mine don't usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco
using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders will get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist Maga movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor Ron Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
It's our dream to have a large family.
Being a parent, it's the most important thing in my life.
For decades, Americans have turned to the miracle of IVF treatments.
She felt like a dream come true.
The fact that she was able to build a family, that's why I do what I do.
Without IVF, I don't know how this would have been possible.
IVF treatment gives many patients an opportunity to have a family.
I love that I get to help people every day become parents.
But a party that pretends to be pro-family wants to put a stop to this. They are attacking the right to expand and start a family.
It's unthinkable.
They may never have the family that they've dreamt of.
In the U.S. Senate,
Republicans blocked a Democratic bill that would have established protections for in vitro fertilization.
Mr. Vance, no.
If Republicans actually cared as much about protecting IVF, this would have been a simple yes vote.
Family means support.
To me, family is your whole world. It's the life that you build.
IVF made my family.
It made my heart whole.
It made my life full.
It made my life full.
And it made my life full.
And we will always fight for you, for your family, for your freedoms, and for your future.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz honor the freedoms of all families to make decisions about what is right for them, for this generation and generations to come.
Please welcome Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Hello, Chicago! Hello, Chicago.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey and moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Ella and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's going to make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is, wherever she's needed. however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school, and I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the frame picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe It was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just
Nogen satser på eliten. Vi hjælper også bredden. Spar Nord.
weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
You know what?
Thank you, guys. Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs.
That's when I smack the shit out you. I smack the shit out. That's when
it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better.
You know what?
Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that.
You know what?
And we deserve so much better than that.
You know what?
That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity. for basic respect, dignity, and empathy for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because
you know what?
You all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Now, before I go, I have one more job.
You know what?
Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody, thank you. Thank you. All right, that's enough. Thank you. Chicago! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1 It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
You know what?
And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On healthcare, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division.
You know what?
But it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of civil war, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
We'll take what we can carry, yeah, and we'll leave the rest. We'll big wheels roll through fields where sunlight streams.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's benediction, offered by Bishop Samuel L. Green Sr. and His Eminence Archbishop Alpidophoros of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who has brought us thus far along the way, you are the one who broods over the days of our lives, and without you, we would be nothing. So we lift our hopes and hearts to thee, and we pause tonight to say thank you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for giving this nation the benefits of your mercy, because all of us can feel that something enthusiastic is rising in the soul of America. And all of us can tell that the tyranny of resentment has finally met its match. The candidacy of Kamala Harris has ignited an era of joy across America. Tonight, we thank you that even in the darkest of our pessimistic nights, love has not failed us and hope has stood its ground. We who gather do so with audacity to believe that there will be compassion in America. So God, deliver us from racism, deliver us from sexism, deliver us from evil, and keep us forever in the path we pray. Amen.
It is now time to pray to the Lord. Let us pray to the Lord. Eternal and ever-living God, source of goodness and grace, we come before you, seeking your heavenly benediction upon this democratic national convention. Grant unto the nominee for President of these United States, Vice President Kamala Harris, and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, to pursue the highest offices in the land with love, with hope, and with faith in our nation. Grant unto the delegates to engage with their fellow citizens in a spirit of joy and duty, always seeking the best for our country. We also ask special blessings upon President Joseph Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and their family, for he has given a lifetime of service and of sacrifice to the American people, and has stood with nobility and integrity upon the international stage to lead in the best traditions of the United States. Finally, we ask that you protect and defend the armed forces who protect and defend us, so that in peace and security we may offer to you, the one true God, the praise that is in your due. Amen.
Friends, do I hear a motion to recess until 5:30 tomorrow? Do I hear a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. That was one hell of a night. I'm bringing this thing to a close.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
Yes, yo, we going out. We gon' keep moving it just like that, that, that.
You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile. You're quite hostile.
The ones that's been there for my whole life. The ones that came later in my life, yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it. Yeah. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that.